Am I live? What's going on, people? Oh, hold on. I can't. I don't know if you all can hear me. Oh, okay. Can be easy today? Oh, no. I don't know. Well, I had to think about that. I thought I had a couple of more seconds. That 59 seconds went quick. What's going on, Stacy? What's going on, everybody? I have my links. I'm putting my links up. Trying to think about how I want to start the show off. Where do I want to start? Do I want to start with last week's live? What happened? Do I want to start there? I don't know. Do I want to say, forget about it? Forget about it and move on? I don't know. Do I want to start with, um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. uh, do I want to start with um, things I've seen on the internet? Hmm. I've been contemplating about that. Do I want to? I had stuff for Foolish Finance Friday, but I was under the weather this week, so I took an extra day. Um, Speaking of Foolish Finance Friday, I mean, there's some foolishness out here. Y'all never cease to amaze me. Never cease to amaze me. I actually have one for Foolish Finance Friday. I say petty tea. I say, I won't do it. I won't do it. It's kind of hard not to, though. It's so petty, though. It's so, it's so petty. It's like, why can't I not A? Because it's so petty. You know? It's one of those things. Then you look across, everybody's all up in arms, about the job that not Google, but Netflix came out with. Everybody's all like, oh my God, the $900,000 job. I posted a job for 2 million. It didn't go viral. I posted a job for 2 million. It didn't go viral. Netflix talks about 900,000. I posted a job for 1.2 million. It didn't go viral. But Carly went viral. Old Carly went viral. But the little 11-year-old, she ain't gone viral yet. When they gonna make her viral? The 11-year-old that faked the abduction. When she gonna go viral? Oh, she's a child. She innocent. She don't know. Yeah, right. Okay. They got Carly mug shot up. All I hear is black women need to hold her accountable. I don't know that lady. That lady ain't a friend of mine. Me and that lady don't go smoke hookah together. We don't have no drinks together. She ain't a part of Women in Lennox. She ain't my cousin. I don't know that lady. What I'm supposed to do? Roll up on her. Go look up her address. Find out where she live at. Go knock on the door and say, "I'm holding you accountable to it." What am I doing? What am I supposed to do? She got a whole mama and daddy, a whole family. I don't know that lady. I can't hold that lady accountable. She had a whole boyfriend. He need to hold her accountable. Boyfriend, ex boyfriend, whatever he is to her. She lost a job. She'll get another one. That they say I think she's supposed to go to jail for 2 years. Maybe she'll come out as a battle rapper or something like that. Hard Night Life of Carly. Something, I don't know. Know that lady. I don't. All right. So I'm a I'm gonna do what I always do. We're gonna talk about money. We're gonna hurt some feelings today. We're gonna talk about some jobs. We're gonna talk about how to protect yourself. We may talk about a little AI, some billions. We're gonna talk about some billions. And I was contemplating this too before we get into the jobs. All right. You know what I was contemplating? I think I'm gonna work backwards. I think I'm gonna do money. I think I'm gonna do jobs first with the salaries, and then I'll roll into like money, like the original true tech stocks and jobs. But first, um, what I was thinking was this. Um, aren't y'all tired of talking about six figures? Are you tired of talking about six-figure jobs? I think we should start talking about $1 million jobs. And I was looking that over, right? So let's talk about the jobs that I did post. And I said on the community channel, I said I may start posting more jobs. I don't know. I ain't decided yet. I like the jobs in the jobs, but in our Slack group, that's really what it should be posted at. But these jobs are posted there. But I posted the jobs in the community channel for a reason, not for more visibility. It's for this. This is the reason why I posted the jobs, right? I'm gonna put a battery pack in everybody's back today. Just I'm putting a battery pack in everybody's back today. When somebody tell you that jobs in tech don't pay 200,000, 300,000, 500,000, 600,000, or $1 million, you got a set of jobs that you can point them to. Because people don't believe it. They be like, no, you can't do that. Or they don't believe that you, not them, but you, could get a job like that. Or they're not gonna hire you. Or that ain't they not looking for you, right? Or people don't believe that those jobs exist, or they don't believe that um people of color could get those jobs. And it's usually people of color who don't believe they can get that other people of color could get the jobs, really. It's what I've seen. You get a few assholes in here and there, but it's usually us. So I'm put a battery pack in your back and say, well, somebody tell you that ain't true. Here you go. All right. Tech RX, I'm glad you applied to the jobs. So let's go over these jobs. Let's go over to the community channel and let's look at the jobs that are posted. And I posted them. Originally it said hi Tameika, but I changed it to Tam. Yeah. I'm reaching out regarding a cloud engineer opportunities that we have supporting JWCC contract through one of our clients here in the DMV area. The role is mostly remote, but individuals must be able to travel on site as needed for work. It's needed to work through SIPRNet. If you know these terms, you know these terms. Compensation ranges to 170, right? Up to 170 remote. Now, if you know, like I know, you're gonna push this 170. You're not gonna say it's just 170. But here's why I posted the job for 170. Because some of you all don't believe that you're ready for the $200,000 job. You'll apply for the 170 job. You won't apply for the $200,000 job or the 250 job. You'll be like the 170 I'm cool with because I think I can do that. When it's not that many skill difference between the 170 and the 250, but you want to apply. So, I put in various ranges. All right. Would you be open to discuss further? Blah, 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 blah. Technical recruiter, so forth and so on. I don't have no comment on anybody that want to, take on this job. All right, cool. No problem. All right. So now let's look at this job. Netflix has listed an AI product manager role for 900,000. And people were like, well, 87% of the actors earn 26,000 K. Listen, I'm sorry. We this is there's no comparison to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna compare. How can you could listen? How can you compare Sigourney Weaver to a Linux administrator? I mean, come on now. Come on now. 87% of the actors. I, how am I gonna compare this actor who chose again? This is go back to choices. People choose what they want to do, right? You choose what you want to do, right? Right. And I know I'm gonna get grief for this because people gonna be like, what about the teachers? What about this? What about okay, yeah, I get it. I hear. Need to pay the teachers more. Need to pay the actors more. But I'm just thinking how Tamika thinks. If it ain't paying over here what I need, I'm gonna go somewhere else. But I'm just saying. That's just me. But again, the role was 900,000. So let me see if I can find the role. No, I don't see it there. I think I posted it somewhere else, but that's all right. Hey, I'm sure it went viral for a product manager. But I told people about product management. Um, that product manager. Um, go to product manager school on online on YouTube. They have a whole thing. They have a whole yeah, here it is right here. I knew I find it really easily. AI product manager. All right, what is Tamika talking about? If you go to YouTube and you go to product school, right? All right, so here's product school right here. Product school. They have a whole YouTube channel, Product Con 2023. You can check out the playlist. They have a Slack channel. They may have moved over to Discord. I'm not sure, but they had a career fair, product manager templates, how to become a product PM, sharpen your product manager skills, learn from product managers, the product podcast. They have a whole podcast. And again, I've been talking about this for years. That again, a lot of people like Scrum, which I'm not mad at Scrum and team coach because a Scrum Master is a team coach. I'm not mad at that. But again, I'm also looking at from this perspective too. Normally, what I see, and I said this before, um, I normally see like when certain arenas don't need product managers, or not product managers, project managers or scrum masters, they don't get hired. And they'll just let people kind of self lead on the teams. Um, but what I see in a lot of industries is product management. Again, going back to the scaled agile framework. I talked about this in the meetups. You all can pick and choose the different arenas and fields that you want to be in. But product management is one. So let's get back to the job. All right. It looks a little small on your screen, so let me blow it up some. Still small. I don't know how much bigger I can make it without me being able to see it. All right, so I'm gonna have to go kind of slow here. All right. Technically adept individual with strong product sense and excellent communication skills. So you need to know how to talk, understand the product, understand how to explain that to the customer, creating and executing a vision for centralized machine learning infrastructure. Team that supports machine learning practitioners and data scientists across various use cases, validate your hypothesis with data, and set quantifiable goals to track progress. Collaborate with top tier engineers and data scientists. Um, High technical understanding, collaborative, effectively with engineers and machine learning practitioners. MLPs, demonstrated leadership, and I'm trying to get over here to the other technical skills here. You would create unprecedented product experiences and collaborate with exceptional colleagues who value teamwork. Develop user education and support programs for ML platforms. Understanding OKRs. You gotta know what OKRs are. So we gotta go OKRs at Agile. All right. So OKRs. You know what OKRs are? Objectives and key results. OKRs. That's what they are. Do do do. Communicate strategic plans, roadmaps, progress to stakeholders, executives, in product review forums, quarterly OKR check-ins. Develop user education and support programs for ML platform users. Monitor and evaluate. Again, it's with Netflix. Um, market indicators to set compensation, considering your specific skills and experience. Job typical market range for roles in this area are from 300,000 to 900,000, right? 300 to 900. All right, we go back over here. I posted this other job right here. This is a remote position for data scientists. That job for at Netflix was paying anywhere from 310,000 to 1.2 million. All right, 310,000 to 1.2 million. All right. Again, this is not out of the way, not like, oh my God, this is, oh, can't believe this. These are, if you go to levels FYI, these are pretty much um s- salaries that you're gonna find from Netflix. And I talked about this before. There's a difference between being a just a say, I'm gonna just use Linux as one. A Linux administrator, then a senior Linux administrator, and then a staff, and then a principal, and then a distinguished. And those are three different distinctive levels. And each one of those distinctive levels are different responsibilities and pay grades. All right. So I want to come in here and let me bring this over so I can sign in. Um, and so you all can see from your perspective. Um, Sign in with Google. I think it may be this one. And let me look at salaries. And by company, and then let me take Netflix. So people, and Google. I know you saw the ones where Google released their salaries too. All right, but again, like here, software engineering, a director, 1.8 million, 1.8 million, right? 702,000 for L6. And then again, different levels. Data scientists, 727,000. We've had Charles on from Netflix looking to recruit people, trying to help people get into Netflix and these different jobs. We've done that. I'll have Charles back on again soon. Product design manager, 1.49 million, but 1.38 million to 1.61 million. And this is why I get so agitated with us when we want to sit up here and talk about trying to normalize $45,000. I don't understand. I don't even understand why we even try to normalize $100,000. Can we make 200, 300,000 be the norm? Can we have that conversation? Can we make that normal? I, I some things I just don't get, and it's not of arrogance. It's not of out of uh, uh I got more skills or this that and other. It's just what the market is giving. If the market is giving me 200, why would I settle for 100? I'm asking if the market is giving Two, why would you settle for one? If you know what skills can get you there, why wouldn't you do it? Is what's holding you back? Are you afraid? Are you scared? Are you scared somebody gonna look at you a funny way? Somebody gonna ask you for some money? The church asks you for money every week. You tired every week at church. You'll give them money, but you won't go make money. You'll give a homeless person some money and some food, but you won't go make no money. You're not gonna make no like. I don't understand why you don't want for yourself. Like what's stopping you? I be having questions. All right. So this is with Netflix. You can come here. There are some companies that are in here, and some companies are not in here. If you go look up Meta, another one, Facebook Meta. Um, and you can look at their salaries here. E9 at 2.53 million, and then they break it down. They tell you here is the total, but how is that total broken down over X, Y, and Z? And then in some places, let me be clear about this. In some places, you don't even get stock options in a million. Your base may be just 600,000, and your stock options may be 50,000, but your bonus may be something else. It depends on the structure. It depends on the structure, right? It depends on the structure, right? If you listen, if we gonna sit on online and argue, this is Tameika's random thoughts. Argue with me about why I'm a E8 and you a E9. Argue with me about that. I want to be in the argument where my base sat where I'm sitting here, my base 335. You can get 335. But I want to be in the argument where we arguing like, no, how'd you get a become an E8 and I'm an E7. I want to have that argument. I I, I want to have that argument. Argue with me about why you're E8 and I'm an E9. I want to have that argument. You said Stacy said, I think people aren't confident in their skill. We need to do work to become more confident. You know what? You know how you become confident in your skill? I'm gonna tell you how you become confident in your skill. Do it. Just do it. Do it, fail, do it again. Do it, fail, do it again. Do it, fail, success. Do it, success. Do it, success. Do it, fail. It's all worth the effort. It's all worth the effort. It's all worth the effort, right? It's all worth the effort, right? So, you know, it is what it is. But when you see these salaries, when you see these salaries, I posted jobs for 1 million, for quant developers, for quant researchers for 2 million, for blockchain for 300 to 500,000. I posted those jobs. We talked about those jobs. Anybody in this group should be okay with discussing 200,000, 300,000, 500,000, 1 million. We talk about it enough. I try to normalize that conversation as much as I can. Don't be afraid to have that conversation. Don't be afraid to look at a job like that. Don't be afraid to go figure out what skills you need. Tap into mentors, tap into people, ask questions, read on it, go to the library. If you can't afford to buy a book, if you can't afford internet, go to the library. Spend some time there. If you can't do that, link up with somebody. Whatever the case may be, use your phone. Whatever. The time is now. Right? We already see that we're in this global fight, right? And to show you, right? Let me show you how much of a global fight we're in. I have a prediction on something that's gonna happen. That I- mm, let me pull this up. Let me find this link. Hold on. This has to do with This has to do with China. Let me see. Where did I put that link at? What did I do with that link? Oh, I can't find it. I thought I saved it, but I guess I did. That's okay. Um, China, um, children are not working. Right, China right now, the youth are unemployed. Right, it's the world's second largest economy. And the jobless rate for people between the ages of 16 to 24 hit 21%. Um, and here it is right here. Um, Facing job scarcity in China, some find work as full-time children. That was the headline I saw. Now, here's the thing. How much longer you think those folks in China gonna let those kids keep sitting there? Remember, China is global. They're already in Africa. They're already in Jamaica. They already got land and property here in the United States. You think they ain't gonna ship their kids off? They can't find a job at home. You think they ain't gonna ship them off? You think those kids ain't gonna come here who already been studying AI in school, who already been studying data in school? You think they ain't gonna come to the United States? Hmm. Keep waiting on that. They ain't gonna just be sitting at home. Right. 6 months ago, Jean Zhang was still running her own small business in Eastern China, in Eastern Chinese province. I guess Zhejiang, I guess. But it was hit hard by the pandemic, generating meager profits compared with her efforts. After consideration, After thorough consideration, I'm out, said Zhang, a mother of two who was struggling to balance work with caring for her parents and children. Oh, we know that story, don't we? Now she has a new job, working for her parents full time, just being their daughter. In exchange, they pay her $8,000 or $8,000. They pay her 8,000 yuan. Is that how you say it? Yuan, which is basically $1,100 a month, which is about the average salary in China. So she's working for a family. My job is to spend time with my parents. For example, taking them to the grocery store, doing household chores. Also, if my parents want to go out, I make plans in advance, taking them to various stores. In recent months, hashtag full time daughter, full time son have been trending on Chinese social media platforms, attracting millions of views. They refer to adult children who due to unemployment are hired by their parents mainly to do housework and be on hand whenever they need. Youth unemployment has become a serious challenge in China, the world's second largest economy, right? Similar figures have been reported in countries such as Italy and Sweden, while in Spain and Greece they're even higher. In the US, the youth unemployment rate is 7.5%, right? So they work for their parents. The ones that don't have nothing, they can't pay their parents, they're gonna be getting shipped off, trust me. Right? So when I say we in a global fight, we're in a global fight, right? We're in a global fight. All right. So that's Netflix. Got the jobs posted there. You can go to Levels FYI and look up different companies and you'll see the different stuff, right? So here, there was a posting that came out. The average salary in each US city. I don't know if y'all saw this. This came out Wednesday. It says in this article, blow up a little more. We look at the average salary in each state in the U.S. We will explore the average median incomes in the U.S. with some companies that have recently increased salaries in the U.S. If you want to skip to the detailed analysis, you can head straight here. I'll pull this up so we can rattle that off real quick, and then I'll come back to this article. So let's go. All right. Um, all right. So they got Virginia as in total by state, not in the DMV, but in total by state, as an average of 65. I hate when you have to skip through each one, but here we go. Alaska 66. Oh yeah, let me see all. I don't want to skip through every last one of these. Alaska 66, Colorado 67. Thank you, Ad. You're wonderful. Connecticut 69, New Jersey 70, Washington State is what we're talking about. 72,000. It looks a little small on the screen. California 73. We already know these is just average. And then average New York 74, and Massachusetts is 76. Which last Massachusetts no, it's New Hampshire. I think New Hampshire is the number one literate state in the nation, and I think Nashua, New Hampshire is the most affordable place to live in the United States, from what I remember. And I've been to Nashua, New Hampshire. It gets cold up there. Now that you know this stuff, right? Let's talk about some statistics. Let's get some fundamentals, because I get tired of having these arguments, and I want to equip you with some better talking points when you're talking to people. Does anybody know what the bell curve is? Anybody ever seen the bell curve? The bell curve, right? The bell curve, right? You all taken some type of math, and you seen something called like this. You've seen that, right? The bell curve, right? I'm just gonna play. Oh, I gotta skip through the ad. I gotta wait to finish. The bell curve, if you pay any attention to math and stats, you've seen this, right? So let's go here. The bell curve. There's no sound. There's no sound. I'm just showing you, like, simple, like the bell curve, right? Right. So here, the bell curve is a graph. Let me go blow that up. The bell curve is a graph depicting the normal distribution, which has a shape reminiscent of a bell. The top of the bell curve shows the mean, the mode, and the median of data collected. Its standard deviation depicts the bell curve's relative width around the mean, and bell curves, normal distributions, are used commonly in statistics. All right. And there's a difference between the mean, the mode, and the median, right? However, what I want to focus on when we talk about the bell curve, and I need to find that link. Oh gosh, I should have kept it. But this'll work. This'll work. This'll work. All right. When I'm discussing from now on, I'm going to tell you this, and I don't mean offense to anybody. I care nothing about the median, because this is the average. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I care about on the other end, on the other side of that bell curve. You know, that other side. I care about the other side of that bell curve, right? Like, I don't care about the median, the mean, and the mode. I care about way over here. This is what we consider, if you want to look at some bell curve graphs, what we consider above expectations is what they consider that. It's actually two different things they consider. Let me see if I can find that graph. Mm, I should have kept it because it was exactly what I wanted to show. I thought I took a screenshot of it. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here we go. This works even better. Even better. Even better. All right. Even better. All right. So listen, they come back with this mean minion and the mode. You can look right here, even though it's blurry. It says average performers. We want above average and high performers. We care nothing about average performers. That's not what we're talking about. I'm not talking about them. That's not my expectation of anybody that's in this group. I'm expecting above average performers and high performers. Why? Because that's where the money is at. That's where your money is at. It's just where it's at. I'm expecting our conversations to be centered around how can I be above average performers and high performers. You don't get there without coming through these ranks, but I'm talking strictly about above average performers and high performers. Why? Because that's where you're going to find your perks, your money. You're going to find where you're able to negotiate, jobs get created for you, those things. I hope this is clear. I'm not saying I don't care about average performers as a person. What I'm saying is that's not my conversation. It's not my conversation. My conversation is above average, high performers. Who do you think Netflix hires? Why do you think those jobs have those ranges? Because they're hiring high performers. It all correlates back to the Dora report. They're hiring high performers. So if you want that money, if you want those skill sets, if you want to be in those conversations, that's where that's at. That's where that's coming from. I'm not telling you to go work for somebody either. You can do this on your own. But we're I want to note we're talking about high performers above average. Cool. Everybody got it. Everybody got it. Okay. Now, here's the other caveat to this. Because somebody's gonna scream this. And somebody's gonna be like, it's not healthy. You can't expect everybody to be high performers. You can't expect everybody to make $100,000. You can't expect everybody to uh, want to be a high performer. And so here's my answer to that. This conversation is not for you. It's simple. It's simple. You can have balance, absolutely, right? But when we start talking about this bell curve, this conversation of what the mean, the median, and the mode is, and what people want to drive as what the average is, and I don't know. I don't come from the background of I'm gonna do what everybody else is doing. If everybody else is being average, I'm gonna be average too. If everybody else is average, I'm average with them. I'm average too. Yes. I'm gonna be average too. Yes. I'm I'm Tameika average. Yes. Call me. I'm average. No, no. The goal is always to be above average. I want to be above average. And if I can, with the right leadership, mentors, positioning, I'm gonna be a high performer. I'm gonna be a high performer, hot girl. Whatever y'all want to put me in, I'm a I'm a high performer, hot girl. whatever you want to, whatever label you want, whatever label you want to give me. Give me a project, whatever label you want, whatever label I'm a high performer. Just make sure whatever label, whatever adjective you want to put in front of that, make sure it end in high performer. She was a lazy high performer. She was whatever make you feel good, whatever make you sleep at night, right? So when I'm talking, when I hear, because this is what I really brought this up. Put this back up for me, D. So the U.S. median is 70,000. We're gonna put that as the standard performance, right? On here. When we talk about 45,000, it is not. It don't fall in the standard. It falls below. I don't even know why we ain't like that. It's below. Don't y'all see that? And when I get into this article, the tides have shifted. So I'm gonna get into this article, right? Above average, high performers. It's where you're gonna get your money at. You can do it in a company, you can do it outside a company, you could be an entrepreneur, you could be 1099, you can work part-time. I don't care how you slice it up, but make sure that you are above average and high performing. Now, let's get back to this article, because this article is going to tell you what I'm talking about. All right. As of 2023, the average salary in the U.S. varies across industries, job positions, age groups, levels of experience, and educational backgrounds. However, the average salary nationwide in the U.S. Forbes is 59,000. It says, on the other hand, the household in the U.S. is 70,000. If we're saying we want our household, going back to this graph, because I have to, make sure we look at this graph. If we're going back to saying that our average household, we want to be 45,000. If the median in the US is 70 and we want our household to be 45, as adults, as fathers, as mothers, as husbands and wives, as single mothers, single fathers, whatever it is in your household, if we gonna say we aiming for 45, then you aiming for being a below average performer. That's what you aiming for. And you get online and you arguing online about being below average. It's two below average performers arguing about how below average I am. That shit don't make no sense to me. No, I'm below average. No, I'm below average. I'm a better below average than you. That don't make no sense to me. Put that back up, D. Uh, speaking the absolute truth. The average is the average for a reason. It takes little effort to be average. Being above average isn't difficult at all when you apply yourself. It don't. It does not. It does not. And people who want to have those below average conversations, you will find yourselves starting to listen to them and starting to mimic and think like them. And it will take you out of being approaching high performing or average or above average or whatever. And it'll put you back in that mindset of being below average. You cannot talk about being a high performing engineer or a high performance person to a below average person who can't see past below average. It doesn't work. That conversation goes in a loop and a loop and a loop and a loop. It's just like the dog chasing his tail. It's just gonna be looping and looping. It's just a loop, right? You could probably make a beat out of it. You could probably make a beat about that conversation. You're gonna find yourself in that conversation because again, in order to get in those rooms, in order to get in those conversations, you're gonna have to what? Think outside the box. You're gonna have to go into rooms where you don't even think you're supposed to be in. Listen, every room that you think you're not supposed to be in, you're supposed to be in it. Every room you think you're not supposed to be in, you're supposed to be in it. Every room somebody told you you're not supposed to be in there, go through another door. It ain't one way to get in tech. It's not one way to get in tech. It's multiple ways to get in tech. You can go through open source. You can write code. You can build your own operating system. You can start. You can help somebody start their company. You can do social media. You can backdoor that. I went and looked up jobs. I said, if I want to have this conversation today, because I'm tired of talking about the $100,000 job, 200,000. I am. I was tired of it 2 years ago, actually 3 years ago. But I said, in order to level set, I got to get people to the 200,000, and then I got to get people to the 500,000. But how do you get people to 1 million in a base salary? How do you do that? And a lot of people would say, "Oh, in order to do that, you got to be a manager, or you're gonna have to be. You're gonna have to." I mean, this is my favorite one. Oh, I love this one. This is my favorite one. You're gonna have to commit all your time to that company. You're gonna have to devote everything you have to that company. They're not just gonna let you be this $1 million person, this, that, and other, and not. Well, yeah, there's gonna be some work involved, of course. There's gonna be some give and some take. But once you any job in your first 6 months to a year, I say the first 6 months, and then after that year, you kind of weighing off. The first 6 months, you spend a lot of time trying to figure out how can I make this job easier for me. I need to learn it, and then I need to make it easier for me. How fast paced is this job? What can I do to make this job easier for me and put this on autopilot? Like I should come in and I should just and be on autopilot, right? And then the next thing is, once you get on autopilot, is what skill set have I learned from being in this job? Did I gain anything, whether it's a soft skill or a technical skill? I prefer you to learn both. You need to take leadership classes while you're in that position. You need to be taking, you need to be learning about how people operate, how they talk to each other. You also need to learn how to convey information. What are OKRs? What are KPIs? You need to learn those things because they go with you throughout tech. They go without you through every industry, right? And you also need to learn how to lead and how to listen. A lot of people don't like to listen. A lot of people like to just respond. And you were like, that's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. That ain't what I asked you. Right? So, what am I getting at? I'm getting at this. When we're having conversations and I'm talking, above and high performers. Above and high performance. If we ain't talking about that conversation, if that's not where we're going, if that's not what we're doing, then that's not coming. This is just I'm just not the person for you. I'm sorry. And I work every single day to make sure I stay and above and high performer. Why? Because that's just the nature of who I am. You're gonna have to find it within yourself, whatever job or whatever conversation or whatever topic that you really like, and dive into it and be high performing, right? And know it in and out. Again, I'm not telling you that you got to be a SME in everything, subject matter expert, SME, but I'm telling you the SMEs are the ones in some cases that get paid, and sometimes the generalists get paid depending on the project. Some people will call you. I'm gonna give you a prime example. Got a call this week. Somebody was like, "Oh, are you familiar with all the Hashi products? Are you familiar with VMware, NetApp, Linux? Are you familiar with backups, uh, disaster recovery? Are you familiar with high availability and load balancers? Do you understand Azure? You start understand AWS? Do you understand GCP? Do you understand Bash scripting and Python? How about Rust? Right? Name me a person who has all that information. You don't find those people. However, I've just been fortunate through what I've been going throughout my years, that I have stumbled upon knowing these things and learning. Right? What is a SAN storage? SAN, storage area network. Um, who has those? NetApp, Dell, right? Who has SANs? Um, what is a VTL? What is data domain? What is, like, all these different things, right? You're gonna learn in your jobs that you're gonna come across different things. You're gonna learn these things. But in order to get there, you gotta get in the room. And you got to be like, okay, I know this is my job, but what else can I do on this job? What else can I learn on here? And start snooping and asking questions. Don't sit by and just let somebody dictate your work to you. Start asking questions about, well, why we do this way, and why do we do it this way, and how can we do it differently, and how can we build this up, and how can we do this? Start asking questions. Start reading books about how can I be a high performer. What is a high performer? What is the definition of a high performing team, and what is the difference of a high performer? Right. Well, I'd probably do a show on that. I did one before. I have to go back and find it. But let's get back to the average salary. It says it's important to note that the average salary in each state in the U.S. can range widely, right? And I went over those states, but here we go, right here. This is what I wanted to show, right here, right here. Depending on the occupation and the location, salaries can go from 45,000 to 335,000 per year on average, right? With additional benefits such as housing and transportation, the median in the US stands at 89,000. This indicates that half of the populations earn less than this amount, while the other half earns more than the median figure. And it goes back again to this bell curve, right? You got to understand what they're talking about, the mean, the median, and the mode, and what that looks like. Our conversation should not be here. We should already be here, leaning towards here. We should not be having these conversations here. This is not where we should be. And I wanted to point that out to show you what it looks like mentally. Like when you see it, I hope it changes your perspective on the conversation, right? So it says, what is a good salary? Let's get into this. A good salary in the U.S. depends on various factors, but generally, a comfortable standard of living in the U.S. A comfortable standard of living is attainable with an annual income around 70,000 to 100,000 for a single individual. For a single individual, I'm gonna say it again. It is comfortable for an annual salary for a single individual between 70 to 100,000. Did y'all hear 4 or 5 in that? 70 to 100,000. Let's take one step further, shall we? However, for a family with dependents, a good salary would range from 100,000 to 150,000 or more, or more, or more. 100 to 150 or more, depending on the cost of living in their state. This is just to be comfortable, right? It says those with specialized skills or high in demand industries may expect even higher salaries. For high paying salaries, check out the highest paying jobs for 18-year-olds and boring jobs that pay 100,000. Right? It says, "What if I can't make it with 70K having a wife and 2 ricks? I don't believe it." Right? It's That 70 to 100 is for a single. Right? I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you out, Tech RX. We're not gonna have low to non-performing, below average performing conversations. We're gonna have above average to high performing conversations. Right? All right. So I'll show these other articles in a minute. Which companies have increased salaries in 2023? Home Depot is a tech company. Home Depot is a tech company. Lowe's is a tech company. Don't believe me? Go look them up. All right. All right. It says Home Depot is one of the major companies raising worker pay amid one of the tightest job markets. Home Depot announced plans to spend approximately $1 billion to increase hourly wages, while the exact size of the pay hike was not disclosed. The raise went into effect in the fourth quarter of 2022. Right. Delta Airlines. Right. These names, have I not mentioned these things before? I know I mentioned Delta and Home Depot before. I know I have. Delta has taken measures. They've increased wages by 4%, and now it has implemented another 5% raise that went into effect April the 1st, right? That was for ground workers and flight attendants. Walmart has also increased, right? Without the future ado, let's head over to the list of average salaries in the state. Okay, but we did that one and talked about what they did, blah, blah, blah. So let's go back up here because a lot of you got young kids and you're always asking, what can they do? All right. This is from Insider Monkey right here. And then here's one from Yahoo Finance. All right. So let's go here. This came out July the 15th. All right. Let me see if I can see one that got see all. All right. A proofreader paying $23 to $23 an hour. Let me see now. I can see all. Here we go. All right. So a proofreader average is 23, $23.45. An event planner, $23.79. A photographer at $24. That's number 8. I wish these ads would go away. Here we go right there. All right. A graphic designer, $24. A digital marketer, $25. an administrative assistant 26, a DJ 28, a YouTuber $30 an hour. And actually, I was just talking to somebody about creating a faceless YouTube. We were gonna link up and have a conversation about it. So be expecting that coming up pretty soon. Be expecting that coming up pretty soon. A freelance writer, $35 an hour, or a video editor at $38 an hour, $38.94, right? For a video editor. These are things that you all can get your kids to do. Get on Fiverr, get them a nice laptop, get them some storage, get them with some processing power. Don't be cheap. Don't go out here. I don't know. Do they sell laptops at 8 gigs anymore? Aren't they all standard 16? Get them at least 32. Get them at least 32. If you want to if you want to really be free, get you a Linux laptop. Look up Linux editing software that's free and start getting them into Linux that way. If you want your kids to learn Linux, get them a Linux laptop. You get a laptop, a old used laptop, right? A open box laptop, something that can run Linux on it. You can put Ubuntu or whatever, pick your flavor. Put Linux on there. Put some find some editing software with Linux. Y'all sit down and do it together, or y'all do the search. And then once you do that, um, download a video, because you can download videos and then go from there, right? And then let them start playing with editing videos. You could do that at 15 years old. Another thing, kids who are 16 years old can get their Linux certification now. You can get your Linux certification at 16. They can get I think CompTIA lets them get their certifications at 16 too. Go ahead and get your kids CompTIA certified with Linux or Red Hat Linux. Get them certified with Security Plus now before they graduate from high school. This the gig. This is the gag right here, right? You get them certified with CompTIA, Security Plus, and you get them certified with Linux. Let them do internships or apprenticeships, really apprenticeships, before they go off to college for the summer, right? That way, they'll be making money and learning at the same time for that. Especially those kids that want to take a gap year. There's kids that don't want to go off to college right away. Let them get certified in Linux, and let them get certified in maybe AWS, or get certified in Security Plus. Really Linux, because Linux is gonna get them the job. Once they do that, once they get that certification, right, and they go and they start their apprenticeship, they'll have enough money saved up. They'll make enough money, because most of the apprenticeships and the Linux jobs are paying anywhere from about, for a kid, it's going to be anywhere from about 45,000 to 70,000, right? Yep, they got yep. And on top of that, and the reason why I know, because some kids that I was working with, they were still in high school. They had 2 years left. They was making 70 and $90,000 before they even graduated from high school. So I know people out there do this. I know they do. But I'm telling you how you can do it for your own kids. Get them certified in Linux. Get them certified with Security Plus, because that's just a baseline. Had them look up jobs working at a data center. Had them working at jobs at places like a hosting company, like a Rackspace, like a HostGator, or something like that. Have them work at those kind of jobs. Even look at Microsoft or whatever. I don't care who but looking for a hosting company, because now they get to learn ticketing systems and so forth and so on, right? But now they certified, and they've been working with Linux on their laptop, because one, they got a laptop with Linux. They've been editing stuff. They've been in the terminal. They understand stuff. They're familiar with it. They understand the lingo. So, but now by the time they graduate from high school, and before they go to college, they got money. And if they decide they don't want to go, they already been working in the field, right? Here's another caveat. When they go work for a company full time and say they didn't go to college, the company might be like, we're sponsoring bachelor's degrees, so they can go back to school, and they may sponsor them to go back to school and get their bachelor's degree, right? It's just another way, right? Another one. A lot of people don't like to talk about it, but Job Corps offers Linux training. They offer electrical engineering training. They offer culinary school. I don't know why people don't like to utilize them. I get it. Some people got Job Corps got a bad rep. I get it. I'm just offering alternatives instead of you sitting by trying to figure out what your kid can do. Here's things that you can introduce your kid to. You can review them, and then you can go from there. If you want your kid making some money and not being left behind, because this is what's gonna happen. Kids gonna go to school. They're gonna be like, "Oh, I decided I wanted to be a social worker." Okay, you can do that. That's great, but you're gonna need a PhD. I'm just saying. I'm just giving you options. All right. So 20 20 boring jobs that pay $100,000 or more. All right. So let's see if we could look at the list. An accountant, median is 69, annual for top earners is 122, an actuary 101 to 184, administrative services manager 94 to 163. Yep. My little sis said the same thing about being a social worker. I had to talk to her about looking at something else. Thank you. Thank you, Sir Octavius Sir Octavius of Williamsburg has entered the chat. That is correct. Talk him off the ledge. A budget analyst. And this is what thing about this budget analyst. Y'all sleep on this, right? Go over here to FINRA, right? And I should probably go look at Kaplan, actually. Individuals. And this is one of the things, this is why I think engineers also thrive at data engineers and anybody dealing with engineering. I think they also need to do a dive into financial background. Um, where is it at? It's one for a certified financial coach, but there's another one. Am I thinking about a certified financial planner? I may not be thinking about that one. Data literacy, digital marketing, insured. Mm, mm, mm. I may be thinking about. Let me see. Nah, I may be thinking about being a certified planner. I may be thinking about that. I may be thinking about that. Mm, mm, mm. One of them take a year and a half, and I'm not talking about that one. So yeah, here's university programs they were partnering with. Here's education programs. All right, so here we go. Let me look at this essential package. Yeah, I say this is the planner. I'm not thinking about the planner. I don't want nobody to be that deep. I mean, you can be that deep, but that's not what I'm talking about. Mm, mm, mm. I had to look at it. I'll post it in the community channel about what I'm thinking about because I'm not thinking about a planner. There's a money coach, which is what Ramit does, and I've seen that slowly taking off. Well, I can't say slowly taking off. I've seen seeing that become a thing. But that's not what I'm thinking of. Security licensing and maybe under here. Let me look. Choose your exam. All right, so you got the Series 7, Series 3, Series 4, Series 6, Series 7. All right, the 65 is what I need. The 12th edition of this stuff just came out. I need to buy that. I'm gonna go here basic. But here, even if you don't take the exam, just taking the class, just so you understand, what different things people do and what things I think is essential. I think that's a great class just to take, just to have it under your belt. Even if you don't, even if you just get the materials and you can reference it here and there. That's a good one. Let me look up finance exams series playing. I'm just want to know like the different ones. All right, so let's see. The 63 is uniform security exam required by each state. You don't want to do that. 6 and 7. I think Tim got some of these, but that's not one. I had to look it up because there's one you can get about being a budget. Well, you mean a budget analyst, which can help with people set their budgets as well too. See, all analysts require basic understanding of stats, and you can make 100. Yeah, just stats, man. A compliance officer. All right. Computer and information research scientist, 114 to 176. A database administrator, 87 to 132. A economist, 102 to 172. A financial examiner, 81 to 153. Industrial production manager, 100 to 168. Insurance salesman, 49 to 125. Post-secondary law school, 104 to 208. Loan officer, 65 to 135. Loss and prevention manager, 105 to 176. Optometrist, 110 to 190. Pharmacist, 124 to 160. Quality control systems manager, 100 to 168. Sales engineer, and we know sales engineer can go 500 to 600, 700, 800,000. It depends on what it is. 98 to 162. Technical writer, 70 to 113. Transportation, storage, and distribution manager, 92 to 156, right? And these are what they consider boring jobs. I'll get this link to you all. You all can go through this and check them out. I'll get this link to you all. Let me drop it in the chat in the back. All right. That's that. We did the states. We did all of those. All right. So I had this up. D had sent me this earlier. I'm gonna have to come off my headphones here. It's gonna put me on mute. And then we'll get back to it. Let me make sure everything is also up as well too. Let me come out my headphones here. right? So play it from the beginning. All right, pause there. So the longer you wait for the future you want, the less time you have to spend in it, right? So let's talk about that, right? Going back on my headphones. Can everybody hear me? Am I in? All right, cool. All right. So, going back to that high performer, above average, right? How long are you going to be average? And when you want to be in this above average category, right? Let me be clear when I say this. Let's make $100,000 average. Your 100,000 is average. We're not talking 45. We're not talking seven. We're talking 100,000 is average. All right. How long are you gonna wait until you start moving into above average and high performing? What are you gonna wait for there? What are you waiting for? You need confirmation? What are you waiting for? Because if I can make if I know if I can make 200,000 for the next 10 years or 300,000, we saw with Netflix 900, 1.2 million, 2 million. I'm showing you those. If you could do that for at least 10 years, let's 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 just throw it out there. Let's say you want to do it for 5 years. Let's say you're gonna say, hey, I'm gonna make $100,000 for 5 years. That's 500,000. Let's say you put half of that up. Um, you got 250 saved up, 250, 300 saved up, right? Oh, for you did it in 5 years. Now imagine if you took your skill sets and you added one skill set a year and you increase your salary at least by 25,000 every year for the next, I don't know, 5 to 10 years. I've shown you the math on this. Don't you think you could get to your goals a little quicker? Don't you think that you could? Some people like to be heroes. I know some of you have a hero complex in the audience. Any heroes out here? Dang it, D. I don't have a women in Linux cape. You got to make me one. I got to get a women in Linux cape. I got to get a cape. You got to get me a cape, D, so I can fly in. I want to fly in, D, with my cape. I want to get my cape. I want to get my cape. Give me a cape, right? But all I'm simply saying is this: stop short sighting yourself on what could be and start living what it is, right? In other words, if you want to be in the rooms with the 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, go in the rooms. Go in the rooms. Go in the room. Start talking to me. Ask questions. Stop sitting on the sideline. Don't sit back. Ask questions. Get tap people on the shoulder. Hey, I'm such and such. I like what you said when you was talking at the conference. I want to know more. I want to know. Can I pay for your time? Uh, can I you do you have time? Can I pay for it? Is you got a link? Yeah, simple. But get in the rooms. Stop standing on the sidelines, waiting for somebody to invite you. Because most people don't invite you into the rooms. They just gonna look at you and close the door. You know how I sent it to D the other day. Let me see if I can find it. Uh, hold on. Uh, let me see. Yeah, this one right here. This how some of y'all be acting. This how some of y'all be acting right here. This it right here. Look at this. Look at this. This what the $45,000 conversation be looking like to me. This what the $45,000 conversation look like to me. Piling up to go nowhere. Y'all all be running in there to talk about that 45,000. No, I'm below average. No, I'm the low performer. No, I am. No, I am. This is what it looked like to me when I hear it. Look, train door ain't closed yet. Can't close. They still trying to get out. Look, and the train pulling off. Ain't no door closed. They just holding on. Let me run that back. Run that back one more time. Run that back one more time. This is what y'all be looking like. This when I hear 45,000. All right, look at it. They was already running up. People can't even get off. Look, they can't even get out. Look. Move out my way. Look how they pushing each other. Who? Look, little mama right here. Little mama, look. They fighting. Look. Back it up. Let me show you. Let's back it up. 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 Watch little mama. Watch little mama. Watch. Look, they running with the train. Look at it. Look at it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look right here. This one right here. Look at her right here. Look at her right there. And it's countless of videos like this. Are y'all ready? Y'all ready to go? Train departing. I don't have no sound on, so I can't. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I don't even have my sound on. I'm just looking at it. I don't even want to hear it. Look, they just trying to get their hand on the train. Where they going? I forgot. Aren't they all stay at home wives? And the train pull out. Like it's countless of videos out here like this. I'm just saying. And that's from 2018. That's from 2018. I think. Let's see. Is this the same one? Oh no, this a different one. This is a different one. Look at this. I would hate to be the conductor. I don't even want to. I want to drive the train. If this is what I gotta face every day? So it looked like they may have just an all men's train and an all women's train because those all women getting on that train. This is the all men train. Look at this. Who wants to do this? This don't even look like a stable train. I know this train is beyond capacity. Look, where he going? Where you going, little pop pop? Where you going? Look, then he just go. What they gonna do? Just hold on to this right here, and the train gonna take off. Y'all just gonna hold on to this window. They got their backpack. They carry their backpack in front. He's like, move out the way. Let me see if I can find some space. Train taking off. He's like, look, he gonna hold on. He gonna hold on to him. No, 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 don't leave me. I see you at the next stop. I would not stop. The train would just keep going. I would be like, I ain't doing this today. Y'all got to catch the next one. So this is the $45,000 conversation. It's a bunch of y'all down here in this conversation. This is what y'all look like to me when y'all having this conversation. This is it. This is what you look like, right? Oh, the women look like they was in the back somewhere. Maybe that's no. This look like all men. This is normal in Mumbai. This is normal. Literally 4,500 passengers are packed on into these trains during the peak hours. 4,500 people. No, no, I cannot cope with that. So the $45,000 conversation looks like that. Y'all crowded in that space. Y'all crowded. You so crowded. I know y'all smelling each other armpits. You smelling each other breath. I hope you somebody wash their hair. Y'all got armpits and elbows in your neck. Yeah, just all up there. Like you all up there. You got somebody book bag they done put down on the ground on your neck. Yeah. This is what that conversation sounds to me. It sounds crowded. Come on the other side of the bell curve. Come on over there. It ain't crowded over there. Guess what we got on our train? Air conditioner. Yep. We have seating. Yep. We got drinks. Mm-hmm. Come on over there on the other side of the bell curve. Come on over there where you can sit down, where you can pull out your tablet. You can get you some work done before you get to work, or you can look at something on YouTube where you don't smell five people breath in your face all at one time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Come on over. D, you silly. Can I say it, D? All right. Come on over there to the high performer, above average. Come on over. Right. Well, when we bring out your steak, it's on a scissor plate. Will we bring you fresh vegetables, hand picked? Mm-hmm. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, you ain't got to worry about nobody's uncle, daddy, nephew, son, right? You ain't got to get pickpocketed. Ain't nobody gonna steal your wallet. Who, if you got your wallet stolen on a train like that, it's just gone. who, who did it? Plenty of leg room. Come through. The doors, look, the doors of the church is open. High performers, above average. Where you at? Where you at? I hope y'all in the chat today. I hope y'all in the chat today. I hope y'all in the chat today. All right. You ain't got no leg room over there in 45,000. Ain't no leg room. Y'all can't even get on the train. They full. Like they say, Atlanta is full. 45K is full. Come on. Come on over to 100, right? 45K is full, right? And get my notes up. Yep. Hot breath in your neck. Listen, listen, you go to work. Yeah, we got snacks, Jordan. We got snacks. We got real tuna fish, not Subway tuna. We got real tuna. Yep. We got cable. We the real deal. We got real stuff over there. I don't know what y'all doing over in this other stuff. I ain't with it though. You ain't gonna never find me on that train. I'm sorry. Mm-mm. Let me see. Where do I want to take y'all next? Mm, maybe. Let's stay in this realm. Let's stay in this realm. Let's talk about. Mm, we're gonna talk about a little bit more AI on the second show, but hopefully this link will come up. I may need to sign in. Yeah. All right. Let's go. I'm gonna get into the money guy in a minute. Let's talk about this because I had to take my headphones off. All right. This is what they're predicting. Generative AI will upend the workforce. McKinsey says forcing 12 million job switches and automating away 30% of hours, worked in the US economy by 2030. Right? 12 million job switches. Right? I'm trying to get you out of that 45K because remember now on that bell curve, right? You got the median, the mode, you got above average and then high performers. And then you got low performers and I think it was below average. I think it was. That 45K, y'all are gonna get pushed over to the left a little more and probably out of work, right? So what happens in this case? What's gonna happen in this case is that train that you just saw is gonna get more attendance. You about to have more attendance on that train. I'm trying to save you, trying to get you out. I got my cape on today. I'm flying in. I'm coming to save you. All right. Let's talk about it. Came out July 27th of 2023. Today is the 29th. Awesome. I knew it. I knew I had to sign in. Let me go back. Sign in. Come on. Maybe under my other account. Let's see. Maybe. Uh, 1 second. I'm signing in. I don't know why it's not doing my thing though. Okay. I was just there. I was just reading it. Hold on. You suffering Tash. I hate when Fortune does this on my tablet. I gotta figure out what their account is on my tablet. Mm-mm. Oh, hold on. I may have it. Hold on. Let me see what is it complaining about now. I don't know what it's complaining about. I don't see the problem. Oh, I guess I need that. I don't see the problem here. Save the account info and let's move on. Yeah, we give up on that one. Let me find another one because there's another article that has the same headline. Let's talk about generative AI and the loss of jobs. 12 million. All right. So that's Fortune. Here they got that from McKinsey. I knew they got it from somewhere. All right. So here we go right here. I know McKinsey wouldn't let me down. Yep. Yep. Yep, Sim, I did. All right. Multiple forces are set to fuel growth in certain occupations and erode in others at a glance. All right. So during the pandemic, they talked about the job loss, the job market shifting, saw 8.6 million. Occupational shift 50% more than the previous 3 year period. And it says 20 by 2030, activities that account for up to 30% of hours currently worked across the U.S. economy could be automated, a trend accelerated by generative AI. However, we see generative AI enhancing the way STEM, creative, and business and legal professionals work rather than eliminating a significant number of jobs outright. Automation biggest effects are likely to hit other job categories. Office support, customer service, food service employment could continue to decline. And let me blow this up a little bit. Yeah. Federal investment to address climate and infrastructure has as well as structural shifts will also alter labor demand. The net zero transition will shift employment away from oil and gas and automotive manufacturing and into green industries for a modest net gain. Now we all can't deny it's been hot these across the nation. That's going to play a part in what we create. It's going to play a part in our food. There was an article that came out that talked about because it's so hot, some crops are getting destroyed, right? So because it's been hot, crops have been getting destroyed, right? So we're gonna see a shift in farming as well too, right? Let's look at that, right? Let's do and this I saw it this morning. Let's go by the last past week. Right, right here. Yeah, yeah. Whatever. All right, so here we go. Right here. Severe heat waves around the world look to set notch July as 2023's the hottest month for the planet, right? Ever recorded. From the U.S. To Europe to northern China, hot, dry conditions at times have turned deadly. The extreme weather is also taking a toll on agricultural crops across the northern hemisphere and could exacerbate the worldwide food insecurity in conditions. Now we already seen the fact of the whole farming with the fake meat now, right? We saw that. We've already seen our organic foods been genetically modified as well too, right? You're finding more and more fruits without seeds and so forth and so on, right? So this that 45,000 and that train. When I mentioned 45,000, that train should come up. That automatically should come up in your head. That group are not going to be able to continue to survive, not from a financial aspect, but we're talking about from a prospect, right? Because food prices are going to go up. Only people gonna that can buy certain foods or get these certain things are only gonna be able to who have money. Listen, I don't make the rules. I'm just telling you what I see, right? I think there was a article that came out that uh I think some people are getting cut off of SNAP, like a couple of million of people are getting cut off of SNAP. So we're at this structure. I really don't care what people talking about, right? You're gonna need to understand the flow of money. You're gonna need to understand money, and you're gonna need to understand where to put that money at, right? Don't buy the house that don't have some type of land in the back where you could grow your own fruits and vegetables. Start looking at hydroponics. Start looking at growing things on the inside that you can. Little lettuces, oranges, whatever the case may be that you could grow inside, little small pineapples, whatever the case may be. But start looking at how you can band together, whether it's you and your neighbors or your family or something like that, where you can start growing your food, right? We see uh, a lot of insurance companies are pulling out of Florida, and they're also pulling out of California. All right, the coastal regions, the insurance prices are going up. People are moving towards inland where it's safer. But I have another theory. I think I think the people who got money are going to live on the coast, and I think the people who can't afford to live on the coast are going to live inside. So the people who going to live on the outside are going to stay getting rich. That's my theory. Don't quote me on this. There's no way you can tell me that people who live in Miami and Tampa and Orlando and Florida and California that are building 5 million, 10 million, $20 million condos, and they continue to build those condos. Those people are not going to continue to thrive and make money. Somebody is buying those condos. Somebody is renting those condos. You keep leaving the cities, and I get it because of flooding, food, opportunities and so forth. But the closer you get into the cities, into the out of these cities and into the United States, clustering internally into the United States, you got to also understand those properties go up too. Um, you got to understand the landscape in which you live in, where there are tornadoes, where there are violent thunderstorms, and so forth and so on. So these are things just I'm just pointing out. When you start making these shifts and you're saying, I'm not going to live in Florida, I'm not going to live in California. Well, Austin went up by a lot. Austin went up by a lot. So is Dallas. Dallas is going to go up too. So is Houston. So is Huntsville, right? Those cities are going to continue to go up, right? All right. All right. It says temperature records for the globe were broken all three consecutive days. Were broken on three successive days in early July, and there's been little respite since. The intense heat is being attributed to the combination of the greenhouse gas induced climate change together with normal return of El Nino, right? There's been heat advisories in the U.S. Corn Belt, with triple digits expected to reach as far as South Dakota. The key corn growing states of Iowa and Illinois will be high in the high 90s, 90-degree Fahrenheit. Although rainfall continues for U.S. corn regions are below the historical average, right? And you got to think about what we use corn for. You got to think about what crops are being affected, what's going on, the food. If the crops are being affected, right, and then we're exporting the food that we really need, you got to think about that too, right? It says in China, the world's number one cotton producer and importer, searing heat broke the country's all-time national temperature of 126 degrees Fahrenheit earlier this month, where the bulk of China's cotton is grown. Right? Um, I don't know what this is. Xinjiang soil moisture readings weighted for cotton growing areas using the Grow Navigator are the lowest at 2010. While cotton is a more heat tolerant than many other plants, excessive temperatures during its reproductive phase can increase boll shedding and lower yields. The cotton crops threatened by excessive heat in China and Texas, cotton prices have been rising. So that means clothes are going to rise. The price of clothing is going to go up as well too, especially those that are cotton driven, right? So I'm just trying to help you understand why the things that you have been normally accustomed to just by getting by, it's no longer that doesn't no longer exist. That's not the name of the game, right? I hope y'all are following this. Right. Average salary, 10. I forget where I was at. Okay, yeah, here we go. All right. An additional 12 million occupational transitions may be needed by 2030. As people leave shrinking occupations, the economy could reweight toward higher wage jobs. Workers in lower wage jobs are up to 14 times more likely to need to change occupation than those in the highest wage positions. And most will need additional skills to do so successfully. Women are 1.5 times more likely to need to move into new occupations than men. The United States will need workforce development on a far larger scale, as well as more expensive hiring approaches from employers. And that's one of the reasons why we did the boot camp. That's one of the reasons why we got the boot camp. I'm telling you, listen, I don't have to convince you, I don't have to trick you, right? I don't have to trick you that infrastructure is going to be needed for AI, for applications, for data centers, the whole nine. I don't have to trick you to that. You can go look that up. The question is, what skills are you going to get, or what skills are you going to acquire so that you can stay relevant for the next 10 to 20 years and not be automated out, right? You got to ask yourself that, right? So when we talk about the taking people who are already doing things and then retraining them, and I got something I want to bring up too. This is where those worker skills are going to be needed. You're going to have to take people who are not used to like being on a command line and figure out what they need, what skills do they have, and where you can put them at. There's going to be more testing done. There's going to be more skill set training. It's you'll see if you don't already see. The U.S. job market is going through a rapid evolution in the way people work and work people do. Months after MGI released its last report on the future of work in America, the world found itself battling global pandemic. Since then, the U.S. job market has come roaring back from a certain drop. The nature of work has changed as many workers have stuck with remote or hybrid models, and employers have sped up their adoption of automation technologies. More recently, the accelerated development of generative AI with its advanced natural language capabilities has extended the possibilities for automation. At this moment, this is what I want everybody to do. This is my call to action to you. Go look up what your initiative is, what your state's initiative in the city that you live in. What are the AI initiatives in the cities and the states that you're living in right now? That's your job. That's your one thing I want you to do today, right? And I'll post on the community channel states AI initiatives, and you can just drop your comments of what you found there. The reason why I want you to do that research is because to make you aware of what's going on in other cities, not just the cities you live in, but what other cities of people everybody else is living in, and so you can be aware for yourself. You may be planning to make a move to another city, and somebody looked it up, and you can utilize that. But again, go look up and see. And I know for Florida, I read it on Florida. Florida is going to be left behind with AI. The report is already out, and that's why I'm telling you to go look it up. Because now, if you think about what's going on in Florida, and Florida is going to be left behind, you think about what the AI initiatives are in your city, in your state, and who's going to get left behind with those initiatives, right? Do you know what AI initiatives are happening in your city and in your state? And on top of that, do you realize how it's going to affect your property value, how it's going to affect your taxes, how it's going to affect your finances, how it's going to affect your food, how it's going to affect what school your kid go to, how it's going to affect what your kid learn in school, how it's going to affect what your kid read in school, all those things. Again, it's not just what AI automation does, it's the money that gets created and the jobs that get created and the tax papers, the taxes that get created and the initiatives that get created from the jobs that come into the area, the companies that come to the area, the people they bring with them, the property values that come to the area, the land in which you can use, what land in which you can build. Those are the things that you got to look at. So you can keep playing and being over there on that side of the bell curve, or you can come over here and get you some air where you ain't got to smell nobody armpits. I'm just trying to get you out of the room and get you somewhere where it's some fresh, and you can get you a little sea breeze, and you get you a little sip of lemonade. You ain't gotta have nobody armpit hair in your face that didn't shave. I'm just trying to help you, right? Some 8.6 million occupational shifts took place in 2019 from 2022. You didn't even know, right? 8.6 million. Now, even more changes in store. We expect an additional 12 million occupational shifts by 2030. The total number of transitions through 2030 could be 25% higher than what we projected a little over 2 years ago, right? Right? And here they're just showing you from 2020. It says healthcare demand increase as the population ages. So that's another thing. The demand for healthcare. Now we already got the prediction in 2030, 2034 that the trust fund for Social Security is going to go away. Who is that going to affect? Anybody who's in Gen X, all the money that you don't worked and all the money that you don't put in, that's about to get wiped out for Social Security. So those that are sickly, or those that don't have insurance, or you don't have life insurance, or you don't have a plan, or you would don't rely on Social Security. They may come up with a plan, but right now, just look at it and it don't exist because they're expecting that to go away, right? By 2034. That's the expectation there, right? So with that being said, how do you take care of people who are baby boomers as well too that rely on that, and Gen X who are coming into retirement as well too? So millennials, what's up, babes? And what up? Somebody need to be creating. Somebody's gonna have to take care. Somebody's gonna have to feed. Somebody's gonna have to do something. This is why I always go back and say this right here. You the people that don't have a literacy level of past the fourth and sixth grade, right? are the ones that are going to be taking care of you. So you can slice this up however you want to. If you don't have the money to have long-term care insurance, you don't have disability insurance, you don't have money for a nurse to be in your home, you don't have family. Look, all your family don't like you. So don't be expecting them to come over to take care of you. And some of y'all didn't treat y'all family members right, so they most definitely ain't gonna come take care of you. They don't even like bringing your name. And when they bring your name up, they have heart palpitations. So some of you need to find some way to build up your skills to get enough money to take care of yourself, right? So you can be self sufficient, right? Now, I'm gonna bring this up too because I saw this, and this actually there's another update to this too. Um, the Yellow Corporation. Where's that video? Mm, where is this guy? I'm trying to find the video. Everybody saw that video. That video went viral. Where the Yellow Corporation told the guy he don't work there for 30 years and he don't get no pension. Right here. He worked for them for 30 years and they told him he don't get no pension. Let me come off. And we're gonna talk about this because this gets into my other point here. So no pension. He been working there for 30 years. Oh, you can't hear it? No. Let me go. Nah. Let me go back and play it. Hey, y'all can hear the other one. No, why you can't hear that one? That's interesting. All right, let's go here. We're not doing none of that. We're gonna back you up. We're gonna turn that volume up. All right, here we go. Fucking job! It ain't you! It's these motherfuckers right here! It's the motherfuckers on the top! So now we gotta do this shit again! You gotta do this shit again! Nobody tell me, nobody here tell me why I get emotional. Why you talk like that? That's my son! Fucking dad! You don't know what I'm motherfucking, you know? I want my ass off of this motherfucker! I've been here 30 some motherfucking years! I agree too. 30 some fucking years! You tell me I ain't got no motherfucking pension! Nobody tell me to calm my ass down. Fuck everybody tell me to calm down. This is my motherfucking money y'all paying, right? You're right. Fuck that shit. So this is what I'm saying. You gonna tell me how to motherfucking feel. Fuck that shit, man. So this is what I'm saying. Fuck that shit. Anytime the government, anytime the government bails out a corporation, gives them 30 years, pension, gone. No money. His retirement is gone. Right? Retirement is gone. And from what I saw, Yellow has also thank you, Professor Black Ops. We appreciate you. Great info. Old people need extra game. Shit, hell yeah. And this is the guy that was going off right here. I hope it'll play. Oh no, let me see.
Yo, 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 I'm here with my fellow workers. Look at that. Yellow strong, Teamster strong. There you go. I'm trying to get a full interview with my boy here.
Hey, look,
You
like
know,
I
we're
don't want
trying
to
to get
interview
a
with this
good interview for you
bullshit.
guys. Let me see when I can schedule it. Say what's up, man. Say hi.
Hello, how you doing?
Say hi to the
Hey,
family.
what's up, family? How we doing? Brothers and sisters.
You know, I want to have an interview so we can, sit down and hopefully he can explain, why he was upset, after giving this company all these years, so people can understand why the man was upset, after over 30 years, you know what I'm saying? He deserved that pension when he retired after making billions and billions for his company. He deserves something to be tired on. You know what I'm saying? Understand the pain that we're going through. We give too much to this company. All right? All right. All right. Just stay tuned. Follow me.
I don't want to talk about nothing. It look like I don't want to talk about nothing. I don't want to talk about nothing. Now, why did I bring this up? I said this before, right? Sometimes you go into these situations with these companies and you work and you work and you work and you work and you work. That's why you'll never hear me talk about no more than 10 years. Get your money and get out. But make as much as you can while you can. And have your money and make money for you while you can. Have a plan. You can do 20, you could do 200,000. Just admit again, if you can get a job making 2 million, 1.2 million, 500,000 for 10 years and have that money stack, live up. I'm not saying don't play. You know I'm not saying don't play. But what I'm saying is if you're gonna play within a budget. Like I need to schedule that or I need to do X, Y, and Z. But at the same token, while you scheduling and playing with that budget and doing those things, making sure that money is making money. It should be churning. Yep, it was a warehouse driver that came out this morning. They yellow laid off all the warehouse drivers. I think Yellow filed for bankruptcy. Um, let me see if I can pull up that video. I had the video. I may have to go into yeah, right here. So Yellow is ceasing regular operations on Friday. Yep. Chief Commercial Officer blames Teamsters for the financial fracas. Now I'm bringing this to you from a truck driver's perspective because a lot of people be like, I'm going to get my CDLs. Or I'm going to go do X, Y, and Z, be owner operating. I'm gonna do blah 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 blah, whatever. Right? But everybody's getting hit. Everybody's getting hit. Yellow is the third largest less than truckload company that's the midst of the financial chaos. Said in a memo to laid off non-union employees viewed by freight waves that the company is shutting down regular operations on Friday. All locations will be closed and or lay off some number of people as the memo stated. We regret to inform you that your employment with Yellow Corporation or one of its subsidiaries, collectively referred to as the company, will permanently terminate on July 28th or within 14 days after separation date. The company is shutting down its regular operations on July 28th, 2023, closing or laying off employees at all of its locations, including yours, the shutdown. right? The company on Friday morning laid off an unknown number of office employees, which were non-union. It said in a memo to laid off employees that it was unable to alert them previously of the closing because the shutdown was not reasonably foreseeable, and that's the notice that they sent out, right? So here we go. You have some men and some women who are truck drivers who have been working these jobs for 20, 30 years, who have been, who families have been dependent on them, who families have been, not just dependent on them, but looking for them to come home with a paycheck, to looking for them to come home with um, insurance, looking for them to come home with what that family needs and be provided for. And here we are, he doesn't have anything. They took his pension away that he's been putting into for over 30 years. So he's not going to have a pension, right? They laid him off, and he's probably going to lose insurance. They probably give him some insurance for the next 30 days, 60 days, maybe. Who knows? Who knows how that union works, whatever. But he's worked for 30 years, and he was walked away with nothing. What do you tell your child who's off at college that's depending on you? Or what do you tell your child that's getting ready to go to college that's depending on you? What do you tell that 8-year-old who wanted to play soccer for the summer? What do you tell that little girl that was going to band camp or cheerleading or was having a party? What do you tell them? Right? What do you tell him? What do other men tell him? His other men friends are friends that he worked with, more than likely. He had skills to go get another job, but that man been busting for 30 years, over 30 years. He ain't the same guy he was 30 years ago. His limbs and stuff don't move the same way. He probably ain't got another 30 years in him. So the question is, do you know when to pivot? That's a question. Do you know when to pivot? Do you know when a company is about to hit it? Sim, I don't know why people want to deny two income households. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. Right? Yeah, he got like 10 years left in him. Hopefully within this time period, he's got some things paid off. But he might not. He might not have nothing paid off. He might not. Right? Right? And this is what I'm talking about. This is why I say you got to be ready for whatever happens. That's why I'm telling you, maximize your skills, maximize your money, take no prisoners on what you want and what you want to get off of your skill sets. Put your money up, make your money work for you, whether you go buy land or you buy a house, or whether you invest in your 401k, whether you max it out, your HSA, however you come up with your structure. What I am simply saying to you is those jobs can go at any time. And you need to be skill ready to maneuver when you need to. Your emergency fund need to be there. You need to be as limber as you can make as you can. You need to be as limber as you can. I'm really good at Linux. Oh, so you don't need Linux? I'm really good at Ansible. Oh, you don't need Ansible? Okay, I'm really good at AWS. Oh, you don't need AWS? I'm really good at cloud security. Oh, you don't need that? Oh, you need all of them? I got you. Be be able to go in whenever you however you want to. A Swiss Army knife. A Swiss Army knife. Oh, so you don't need you don't want me to work for you W-2. You want me to do corp to corp? No problem. I got an LLC. We already got the structure set up. Yeah. I have insurance. No problem. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I got insurance. Yeah. I'm 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 covered. I'm ready to go. Right? You got to be nimble. Great info. Old people need extra grains. Shout out to Professor Black Ops for the 20 spot for the 2020 twin for the 2020 twin. How many margaritas can I buy? One margarita I can. How many margaritas can I buy? One margarita. I'm just saying. But again, I brought that up because I want to show you like I was talking about generative AI, but we also got to talk about how how companies operate, how companies operate, how you need to be able to move and operate, how you need to have your skills set up to move and operate. We can't talk about I I could post 1 million jobs paying 1 million, 2 million, but if you don't have the skill set and you're not willing to go get the skill set, then what we talking about? Right? Get your money, get your insurance, put your money in your 401k, buy your land if you don't want to buy the house. Buy some land where you can go farm on. Buy some land where you can go put a tiny house on. Buy some land you can just ride out there and look at it and be like, "This mine." I don't care if it's point tenth of an acre. I don't care if it's a little lot. I don't care if it's a little corner. Don't be looking like Mumbai. Don't be out there like who arm is this in my face? Like, don't be out there. I'm just trying to help you out, trying to show you where you're at and where you could be. Be on the other side of the bell curve. When people start talking to you about, well, the average the average person in the United States doesn't even make 100,000. I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about high performers and above average. I'm talking about high performers and above average. For those that are late and don't know what I'm talking about, I'm talking about the bell curve, right? I'm talking about this bell curve. Let me find the one that was on LinkedIn. I should have saved it, but I didn't. Let me go to images. It was one on LinkedIn, right here. This one. Those don't know what I'm talking about. Right here. This bell curve, right? We already looked at the salary for the United States as the median, and the median is 70,000. That 45,000 got to be over here below average performers. And with automation, it's gonna push y'all out on here to low and non-performers. I'm talking about above average and high performers. We want to be over here in this lane. This is where you start talking about that 900,000, that 1.2 million, that 2 million. Those. Yeah. The average person making 45,000 and catching the train with people hot breath on your face, that that alone will make you learn that. Yeah. You you over here. You over here. This right here, from average to the left, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about these people over here. This is where y'all need to be at. And then you need to study, what do above average and high performers do? What do above average teams and high performance teams do? How do they operate? Study that. Learn that. Learn what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are. Learn how you learn. Learn how you study. Those things are gonna help you. You can't sit on the sideline. You can't. You saw that man work for 30 years. 30 years. 30, and I guarantee you at some point in that company, he was a high performer at some point in that company. And he put his money away. He kissed his wife. I love you, baby. Ain't got but about 5 or 6 more years, and I'm gonna retire. Gone. Laid off. Effective immediately. Doors closed. Third largest. The third largest trucking company in the US. Third largest trucking company in the US. Don't do it to yourself. Right? I gave y'all jobs, the boring jobs. I gave you jobs you could do with 18 years old. Don't set yourself up. All right. Oh, it was the generative AI conversation. I think I finished that article. Let me double verify. The healthcare. All right. Here. Let's back up here. Multiple forces are set to fuel the growth in certain occupations and erode jobs in others. They generally fall into three categories: automation, including generative AI, an injection of federal investment into infrastructure and net zero transition, and long term structural trends such as aging, continual investment in technology, and growth of e commerce and remote work. We do not forecast how aggregated employment may be affected by business cycle in short term. Instead, we focus on how these forces may reshape the composition of the labor demand over a long term. Across majority of the occupations, the pandemic accelerated the trends that could persist through the end of the decade. Occupations that took a hit during the downturn are likely to continue to shrink over time. And I did that video on where they saw the jobs that were going to go away and the jobs that were going to continue to decrease. DevSecOps, you're straight. Data engineering, security, data AI, data security, you're straight. Stay there. Don't try to buck the system. Use what you know is going to be here for the next 10 years. Make businesses around those things that you know going to be here for the next 10 years. Build your skills around that. Employ people around that. Get your money. Get your money, get out, go do something else. If you want to stay in, that's fine. But some people just like to get in and get out, right? It said this includes customer facing roles affected by the shift to e-commerce and office support roles that could be eliminated either by automation or by fewer people coming into the physical offices. Now, we had this conversation. There's no way in the world people are going to keep building these buildings and buying these leases for 10, 5, 10, and 15, 20 years and not have nobody sit in the space. They just not, right? It says decline in food services, customer service and sales, office support, production work would account for almost 10 million, more than 84%, right, of the 12 million occupational shifts by 2030. Right here. Right here. Right? It's a lot of people, right? By contrast, occupations in business, legal professions, management, healthcare, transportation, and STEM were resilient during the pandemic and are poised to continue to grow. Workers have shown a willingness to change career paths, while tighter labor markets have encouraged companies to hire from a broader applicant pool. Right. For the other categories, the account for the remaining of the 1 million occupational shifts still to come, the pandemic was a temporary headwind. Employment in fields like education and training should rise in the years. People are going to always need to be trained. Those teachers that don't want to teach no more, accounting and helping people create curriculum is where you're going to need to be. Those are easy transitions. Those are easy wins. Accounting and people that want to teach, that are teachers, helping people create curriculums, those are easy wins. Right? The changes, and research. The changes estimated in our earlier research are happening even faster and even bigger scale than expected. It's becoming even more urgent for to solve occupational and geographic mismatches and connect workers with training they need to land jobs with better prospects. The fact that workers have been willing to pivot and change careers while a tighter labor market encourage companies to hire from broader applicant pools. And that's why you see a lot of people doing like the apprenticeships. You see a lot of people doing the worker retraining. You see a lot of people doing in the boot camps. You see a lot of that stuff, right? It says our pandemic era labor shortage is here to stay. Da, 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 da. Let's keep going. Da, da, da. All right. It says more than half of the 8.6 million recent occupational shifts in the United States involve workers leaving roles in food services, customer service, office support, and production. Right? I got graphs for it. More high wage jobs and fewer workers taking lower wage services. Overall employment in low and middle occupations have fallen from pre-pandemic, while occupations that pay more than 57,000 annually added about 3.5 million jobs. However, it is unclear how many higher paying roles were filled by people who moved up and how many were filled by new entrants in the labor force. Meanwhile, the number of lower wage job openings has declined. So them look, what they're saying is them average jobs is gonna be 57. Them jobs that's paying 28, them $28,000 jobs, they automated, right? Demand for large wage service work remains, but fewer workers are accepting these roles. Cause I can't live off of them, sway, right? What is clear from the job switching and the occupation shifts of the past 3 years is that the U.S. labor market accommodated a higher level of dynamic movement, right? So what I want y'all to do in the chat, let me go. I'm scanning through this. What I want y'all to do in the chat is, what skills are y'all gonna get? I had him too. What skills are y'all gonna get? Or are you gonna try to attain? What skills are y'all gonna try to obtain? Right? Just drop in the chat. Right? All right. So midpoint automation adoption by 2030 as a share of time spent in U.S. cities. STEM fields. They got STEM at the top. Education and workforce training. So those that are in the chat that are super huge on workforce training, like boot camps and stuff like that, or teaching people, finding grants. There's a lot of grants out there for that. This is your sweet spot. Training people, training others is going to be your sweet spot. I'm reading. All right. So it says similarly, major investments in infrastructure projects across the country will bolster construction jobs, which could see an employment growth of 12% from 2022 through 2022 through 2030. However, the sector already had some 383,000 unfilled positions in April. The shortage will have to be addressed to bring infrastructure projects to life from coast to coast. The CHIPS and the Science Act is putting additional funding in the semiconductor space as well as the R&D and scientific space. This is why I talked about research, right? This comes at a time when companies have been adjusting their supply chains, leading to an uptick in domestic manufacturing. While manufacturing is likely to boost employment demand overall in the years ahead, the sector is becoming more high tech. It will involve fewer traditional production jobs than the past, but more workers with technical and STEM skills. Let's see. An aging population will need more healthcare workers in multiple roles. Black people. Again, there's a healthcare problem going on with men and women, in particular women birthing kids. So we're gonna need more healthcare workers. We're gonna need more doctors. We're gonna need more lawyers, more dentists. You can't be walking around with rotten teeth and then talking about you healthy. It don't work like that. It don't work like that, right? You can't have your teeth looking like the people getting on the train in Mumbai. You can't have your teeth like this. You can't have your teeth like this. All right? Jordan, if you already in the set plus, cool, but I will reverse that and I will put Linux and then Splunk and then Security Plus and AWS. You could probably put Security Plus out to the end. But that's it. I mean, you might have paid for something. I'm just trying to help you out. I will reverse that. You want to work and get paid at the same. You want to learn and get paid at the same time. Yep. Software side. Yep, they do for construction. All right. Putting it all together, the mix of jobs is changing, and we anticipate an additional 12 million occupational shifts. One of the biggest questions of the recent months is whether generative AI might wipe out jobs. Our research does not lead us to that conclusion, although we cannot definitively rule out job losses, at least in the short term. Technical advances often cause disruption, but historically, they eventually fuel the economic and employment growth. All right. So this is one aspect, right? Let me hit you with this one. This is from the money guy. Do I still have it up? Yeah. So let me pull this out because I know y'all can't hear on this one. Oh yeah. You know, I'm gonna show y'all some stuff I was reading. I was watching. All right, so let's go back here and let's start over. All right. So this topic, so the guy got his pension taken from him, right? 30 years, pension gone, job gone. If he was not a union worker, but I think they probably gonna eventually lay them off too. All right, so retirement gone. He's worked over 30 years. He don't have the same. He don't have the same. His body ain't functioning the same way it was then as it is now. 30 years, you know what I'm saying? So his body's taking some hits, some bruises, some abuse, right? Now, people always ask, what is wealthy? What do I need to retire? This, that, and other. Say for most single people, they're gonna need 2.5 million. In this video, they're pretty much saying $1 million ain't nothing. I've been saying it for months. What are you gonna do with your retirement? Because you got to remember, we can't factor in Social Security. You can factor it in now and say, okay, it's gonna be there, but in 2034, it's expected not to be there. So for your retirement, you should be looking at Social Security there and Social Security not there. Two different numbers. Right? So let's get into this video. I think maybe the first 5 minutes I want to spend some time on, then we're gonna move on. I didn't finish the video, and we're not gonna have time to finish it. Hold on, let me turn it up. And let me hit.
Are we seeing the death of millionaire status? Better, how much do you really need to be considered rich?
So I'm pause there. If we're seeing jobs at 1.9 million and 2 million, is $1 million enough to be considered rich? Are we going to see jobs at 3 million? Right?
Brian, I am excited about this show because I feel like this is a question that we often see permeated throughout our comments. People ask us all the time, hey, is $1 million enough? Or people don't even ask us the question where they tell us, guys, $1 million is not enough. And so we want to speak to that. How much is it to actually be rich today? And realistically, what's it take to get there? How do you do it?
Yeah, now first, look, I'm the optimist here. So I always think $1 million is a lot of money. But we should definitely address the fact that $1 million is not what it was in 1996. And why do I choose the year 1996? There's a reason it's on set. The Millionaire Next Door changed my life. And that was one of those things that kind of was like, man, I want to be aspirational to hit this goal. But we have this thing called inflation that has changed things a little bit.
It's wild. If you think about $1 million then, if we inflate that out from 1996 all the way out to 2023, $1 million back then is worth almost $2 million today.
Deuces.
So the thing that you were aspiring to then now has doubled. And so obviously that's something when we think about the goals that we set and what we are striving towards, we really need to take that into account. So that's one of the reasons why $1 million by itself may not be enough money, but that's not the only reason why that.
Well, it's not the only reason why it's not enough money if we're doing that 3%, 4% rule, right? And in some cases, people are like the 3%, 4% rule isn't enough. You need to go up to 5, 6, 7%, right? So can you live off of $40,000 in retirement? If you don't pay your house off, if you got bills, if you ain't gonna take care of them student loans, how many of y'all gonna let y'all student loans go until you're 65? Y'all just gonna be like, you just gonna put $200 on it every month until you're 65. You just gonna be like, I faithfully pay my student loans, and you just gonna let your debt roll over to your grandkids. You just gonna let your debt roll over to your kids and your grandkids, right? Is that your plan? I mean, we can come up with another plan to get your student loans paid off, but it's going to require you getting some skills. It's going to require you putting some time into the books. It's going to require you to be in on a terminal. It's going to require you finding your study group and building from there. Right? We can get you to 200, 300, 400, 500, 1 million. We can get that you in W-2. But you're going to have to put in work.
Not be
Yeah,
enough.
I mean, I think about, because I've been in the game long enough that it was not uncommon back with all the people who were writing books that were in the financial space. they were talking about like the wealthy barber, 10% savings. If you think about Dave Ramsey, he's talking about 15%. Yep. There's a reason that all the content back in the day, in the 80s and 90s, could talk about 10 and 15% is because you had pensions. You had a much more stable Social Security. Those things helped out. But unfortunately, Bo, we've seen pensions are going away.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you look at the total number of retirement plans in existence between defined contribution, those are plans where you as a participant put money into them, or defined benefit where the actual benefit for you is defined. They've crisscrossed. So back in 1975, there were only about 8,500 defined contribution plans. Fast forward to 2020, and it's almost 87,000 of those plans, and we're just looking at big plans with more than 100 participants. But when you look at the number of pensions, in 1975, there were 20,000 pensions of that size. That number has now decreased to only 7,000. So what that's suggesting is that the onus for retirement is now on us as savers to contribute to that future retirement, not just bank on our employer providing some benefit for us when we leave the workforce.
Well, if you think about it, in the past, it was employers would kind of take care of you after you gave them decades of your service. If that's kind of going away, how about the social safety net? We hear Social Security, it was kind of implemented to be that backstop. Unfortunately, we all know it. It's just kind of unspoken. But if you actually survey the general public, 71% of Americans believe that their Social Security will run out within their lifetime.
And if you actually look at the mathematics right now, the latest projections actually suggest that Social Security realistically could run out of money by 2035 if no changes are made. And so we don't know what those changes are made, but what we do know is that it is uncertain right now. This thing that you could have banked on that could have replaced a large percentage of your working income might not be the same way. So again, this is just one more example of where the onus is now on you, the saver, the worker, the accumulator, the investor, to be saving for your future because no one else is going to be doing it for you.
So who's going to save you? Right? Who's going to save you? What plans do you have in place to save, budget, stack, get skills? What's your plan? Have you do you know? Let me ask this. How many of you know how to make a plan? It is difficult to study. It is difficult to pick up books, important subjects. Is it? Yeah, it is. But so is the bill collector and trying to get them off your credit. So how many? Put a 1 in the chat if you know. Put a 1 in the chat if you have a plan. Put a 1 in the chat if you have a plan. If you have a plan. H Girl 21, you said you're gonna do data, AI, blockchain, and cybersecurity. You got to narrow down cybersecurity. When you say cybersecurity, narrow that down. Get more specific about cybersecurity. Get more specific, right? When I say get more specific, is that cybersecurity, the data of the securing the data, securing network packets, forensics. Get more specific about that. No, you can't stay at companies as long as your parents anymore. You can, but you gotta understand. You can stay as long, because I know some people that stay at places like the LMs, the Lockheed Martins, the Boeings, and all of them. They stay there 15, 20, 30 years. You could do that. But you better make sure that while you're there, you got that money and it's coming out and it's going into, oh, I got 10,000 to buy some land. Oh, I got 10,000 to buy some stocks. Oh, I got 10,000. It better be working. You better treat your money like a stripper. You better treat your money like a stripper. I just wanna your money better be Beyonce burlesque dancer. I just wanna dedicate my life to you. Show you, show you, show you, show you, show you. You bet your money better be moving. Loving you. Your money better be moving. Your money better be like, I can't help but to work day and night. Your money better be like, yeah, tonight I'm gonna dance for you. Oh, your money better be moving. Your money better move. Your money better be moving. Yo, I ain't want to say a streetwalker. I was trying to be nice. Your money need to be moving. You remember growing up, used to play this game, uh, red light. You be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, red light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, red light. Your money better be moving. You ever, your money better be, yeah, your money better 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where you want me to go next? That's all your money need to be doing. Like, I'm frozen right here until you tell me what you want me to do next. Like, yeah. So say securing data. And at HG Girl, the reason why I want you to be specific is so you can be specific in your process. When you say cybersecurity, that just tells me you're everywhere. That means you haven't looked into anything, right? D, you stupid. Detail your plan. Your plan should be detailed, right? Detail your plan. When you're detailing your plan, you're gonna be detailing your research. You're gonna be detailing your knowledge. Start with the details. Be detailed. D, you silly. I don't know where you found a red like that. You silly, right? But again, be very detailed with your search. And again, I'm just pointing out to you, showing you like getting the goal to the million. You're gonna need some more, right? You're gonna need more. All right. Before I stop, D, are we gonna do the other show? No. D said no. And I got links. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, I do this. Rest your throat, my G. All right, so let's pull this up. All right, so this is on a dark screen. It's a dark website, not my website. But I just want to show you this website here. I've been watching it for a little bit. Let me pull it up a little more. Okay. So let me go down because their header is big. All right, so here, this was posted 4 weeks ago. A software quality assurance engineer. They got the range from 120 to 500K. From 120 to 500K. Right? And it's found on devitjobs.us. Right? Yeah, I got some foolish finance. I do it after this. Software engineer, 200K to 400K. Right? Senior software engineer, data entitlement with Bloomberg, 288 to 312. CLI, Linux CLI, US monitoring engineer, 181 to 362. Reverse engineers, 190 to 304. Data Linux cloud engineer for AI hedge fund could grow higher. Actually, the Astor Group, I've been seeing their jobs anywhere from 350 to 500 actually, right? This group right here, I've been seeing their jobs around about 350 to 500. When it comes to data, Linux, and AI, that's what I've been seeing. And I had to show for the Linux AI. I had to show for Linux AI. All right. So don't dev IT jobs right here. Looks like they got some jobs listed right here. I don't know. It looks like somebody is using AI and just pulling from different places because it's like I don't know. I don't know where they're pulling from, but let's see. Let's go. Oh no, Georgia, Atlanta, filter. Okay, so we got 120, 120, 187. Look, an agile coach on Mitchell Street, 187. It looks like that job's still open. That's a rug come. I don't know what JPAR Rugs Company, private limited, and it's remote. They're looking for a software quality assurance person from 120 to 120 to 500. Paraton. Um, Somebody be a technical support specialist for 40 to 45. You just looking for a little second hand job. Scrum Master, 140. I mean 124 to 156. Let's go DMV. Let's see what we're pulling back here. USA Jobs. Look like they're pulling from USA Jobs. 160 to 190. 150 to 180. A technical delivery and DevOps engineer lead for Booz Allen, 93 to 212. I posted a job on the thing at 170. Look right here. No, it's blurred out. So they pull them from Booz Allen and so forth, right? Apex web developer 146 to 234. So let's go and let's do Houston. Yeah, they got it up here. All right. So we got 125, 130 to 160 for a developer, 150, 146 for a senior associate, .NET Web, a ETRM senior solution architect, 200 to 250, a senior manager data engineer, 129 to 252. A data lake architect, 150, 175. I think this one right here, this 11,000 to 15,000, I think that's a month. I think when you see them like that, those are the months. Right? So then last but not least, let's go California. Let's go Mountain View. Nothing Mountain View. Let's go San Francisco. To a director, finance, 200 to 210. Like I said, I don't know what companies they're pulled from. You know, what APIs are they pulling from, right? I don't know. But you can also filter out on architect, Golang, so forth and so on. Transparent companies. Best transparent companies to work at. Um, Here they have 15 job boards for software engineers. You can probably utilize some of these boards to look for jobs. Angel List, IT Job Pro, Dice, Authentic Jobs, Dribble, Python.org Jobs, Crunchboard, LinkedIn, Indeed, Monster, CareerJet, Career Builder, Simply Hired, Craigslist, and ZipRecruiter. I'm including ZipRecruiter. I've been using ZipRecruiter. Let me. Oh, you know what? Let me go over here. Tell me what you want. All right. Let's go over to here. Let me see if ZipRecruiter will come up for me. If not, I got them in my email. That's not what I want. ZipRecruiter. Here we go, right here. Okay. All right. So you can look up part-time work, companies, this, that, another. Um, you could type in just cloud, right? And it come back with names: cloud engineer, cloud architect, cloud administrator, so forth and so on. You could do same thing with Linux, right? Linux administrator, Linux sysadministrator, Linux support, remote Linux, whatever, right? So you could do Linux system administrator. You can do search, right? And here, let's go and do remote and then search. All right, so they're pulling back stuff for OpenShift. They're pulling back senior Linux administrator out of San Francisco, Bloomington, Minnesota, Littleton, Colorado, Palo Alto, California, Iowa, AWS cloud administrator with Linux experience required. I keep trying to say they go hand in hand. College Park, Maryland, so forth and so on. So this is just another website. Zipper is another one that has jobs as well too. But I'm not sure who they pull from. Oh, come on, Zipper. Oh, your servers are busy? Okay. Whatever. But they do have site. They do have jobs. You can always filter by jobs paying more than 160, and go from there. You can do the same thing on Indeed. And I would do something like this. I've showed you this before. Do $ 200,000, right? And let it pull back jobs, that's paying in that range, right? You immediately get that pullback. Sites, Facebook, Site Ops, Global Infrastructure Engineer, High Performance Computing Cluster Administrator, OPIR, Performance Analyst, 281, Information Security Architect, 207, right? Systematic Trader, 125 to 350. Director of Engineering, Site Reliability Engineer, Principal Scientist, right? I'm just pulling back the jobs that are centered around that 200,000 range. I give you more, but I just kept it 200 real simple. I'm gonna tell you why I did that too. Because when I go here and I type in 300, I get slim pickings. I get 39 jobs, right? But you get to see what those are. Lark, no code, low code with ByteDance. That's been out here for a minute. Then you get to see senior staff and security engineer, detection and response, right? On demand. C++ developer, 185 an hour. Those, and they want somebody with 25 years of experience. They want somebody got some skills. Director, Linux system software, GPU 304 to 460. A SOC analyst from $50,000 a month, e-sales, fraud prevention, right? On call. Senior Linux kernel architect, 216 414. Distinguished engineer, 227 398. Right? Senior cloud database, 100 to 500. Exploit developer with a clearance up to 300. VP of engineering, senior distributed systems engineer, and the list goes on. I hope this made sense to y'all. The numbers is out there. You just can't be in the median and think that you're gonna get the 500,000. You gotta be above average and high performing. Those are where the salaries at. That's where the leg room is at. That's where the drinks and the chips is at. That's where the wagyu is. Right? So, Sim, you wanted a foolish finance Saturday. You want a foolish finance Saturday, and I have it for you. I do. Let me pull up my other document. Mm-mm. Did I not save it? It's okay. I actually got two that I want to go over. Let me find it. Hold on. Do 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 do. All right. Where is it at? Mm-mm-mm. Did anybody win the Mega Millions? No, that ain't it. Okay. This one is a little different. Y'all ready? You ready, D? All right, let's go. Uh, my husband had no idea that he didn't file our taxes for years. Will the IRS penalize us? Will they penalize him? Yes. A wife is trying to pick up the pieces after her husband didn't file taxes for several years. Is this financial abuse? Is this financial abuse? All right, let's go. My husband is 81 years old and I am 68. He was a banking professional for many years and retired in 2007. Oh, he knew better. Oh, he knew better. Oh, he knew better. All right. He's always handled our finances. It's always men. I'm telling you. It's a Y'all wonder why that movie came out, The Burning Bed. All right, my husband is 81 years old and I'm 68. He was a banking professional for many years and retired in 2007. He's always handled our finances but became ill a few years ago. I took it upon myself to sort through our tax situation and was appalled to find he had not done our taxes since 2018. He got sick in 2019 and is unable to manage our finances. I'm working with a tax preparer who filed for an extension in 2022 since she can't get us until after 28 after April 18th. Will the IRS take into consideration that my husband was ill? Don't nobody care. Otis. Otis, did nobody come see you? Ain't nobody come to see you, Otis. We don't care about you being sick. It's two functioning adults in this place. Otis, we don't care. I don't pick examples of men dropping nothing. I pick examples of what they got in the articles. And there's countless of men that's dropped balls. Literally. All right. No, the IRS is not going to take into consideration that your husband was sick. It said, will we be penalized with a huge amount? I thought it was only last year's taxes that weren't filed and would never have let it go this long. He has assured me everything was all right. And he said, don't worry about it. Famous lines. Don't worry about it, babe. I got us. I got us. I'm going to take care of us. Famous lines. Most of all, I hope your husband's health improves and I hope you're hanging in there. You're already on the right track by hiring a tax professional, even if she can only get you your returns after April 18th filing deadline. Pay for a pro easily sounds worth the time and the expertise. Depending on when he or she became ill and wasn't able to do taxes, we're talking about 3 or 4 years of unfiled 2018, 2019, 2020, and 21. Yes, it's something that has to be fixed. But here's perspective. When I talked to the former IRS National Taxpayer Advocate for a different question about overdue tax return, she recalled a one-time client who had 15 years of unfiled taxes, 3 of the 4 years doable in that context. First off, I don't know what full context of your tax situation. Maybe you're learning that too. But if it turns out that you and your husband do not owe taxes when the returns are prepared, the IRS would not assess failure to file and failure to pay penalties. The catch is people have 3 years to file a tax return before the Treasury Department snatches away a tax refund and would not have been coming their way. This year, the general deadline to file, this is an old article, file a 2019 return and claim a refund is July 15th. It might be tight, but your tax preparer would have 3 months to submit 2019, and you have ample time to submit 2020 and 2021 tax returns, 2 tax years when the pandemic era credits, like the money for any missed out stimulus checks, will boost a refund. But I sense You want to know what happens if you owe. The failure to pay is 1/2 of 1% of unpaid tax accumulating each month up to a maximum of 25%. Meanwhile, the failure to file penalty is 5% of unpaid tax for each month, going up to 25%, and then the assessed interest. Let's start with the good news. The tax man has ways to offer a break on penalties and interest. According to Brad Gold, a Florida board certified tax lawyer. All that's too much for me to read. That starts the first time penalty abatement process, he noted. The IRS penalty abatement qualification hinges on whether you have been and are currently tax compliant. The IRS says current compliance includes filing an extension, which you've done. It also includes payment of taxes or repayment plan for all the taxes during all the taxes due for the year for years other than the one you're requesting relief for. Past compliant includes not receiving penalties in previous 3 years, right? And it goes on and on and on. And it's a long article. It's very long. I'm not going to read all that. She's got to pay for 4 years. Now, I want to get to the one that's juicy. Let me pull it up over here. Okay, let me go and find it. This one is going to be good. I listened to it this morning. Let's see. Oh, right here. It's over here. Okay. Hold on. The petty T in me, just the petty T in me, says I should play this clip of him. Yeah, I know y'all been seeing him circulating on the internet where she called him fat and ugly on 90 Day Fiance. I know y'all seen this, right? She's called him fat and ugly, right? But I'm not. Sim, for the sake of argument, Sim, I ain't gonna do it to you like that. I ain't gonna do that to you, Sim. I ain't gonna do it to you, Sim. I ain't gonna do it to you. I'm gonna be nice to you, Sim. I could do it though. I'm looking. I listened to this video. I'm trying to see if it was this morning or last night. It might have been last night. Oh yeah, here it is, right here. All right. On today. All right, so let's go. I'll let her talk through it. We'll pause in between and we'll go from there. So she reads these from Reddit. I have a couple of other places where I go read stuff from. I have doozies. I'll pull up the videos that I actually saved for Foolish Finance Friday from Allstate, the insurance company. Allstate has a foundation. I'll pull that up. But let's get into this.
Episode of Peak Male Audacity. We have a very confused wife who's turned to Reddit because her husband has accused her of financial infidelity. Let's get into it. My husband, 33 male, and I, 33 female, have been married for 10 years, together since college. Since starting out, we have made financial security a priority and have been able to achieve that, albeit with some good luck along the way. We both have good jobs, paying close to $200K each. Student loans were paid off.
Okay, they both got good jobs, paying close to $200K each. We see that, right? The student loans are paid off. Within student loans were paid off within a few years. Both went to state schools with some scholarships, so they didn't have a lot of debt to begin with. They live in a house they inherited from her grandmother, so they have no mortgage, and they don't have any credit card debt. They max out their 401k, and they currently have 18 months of expenses in our emergency fund, and are adding to that. And our cars are both paid off, and should be good for another 5 years. And we don't have any credit card debt. All right, so you got the gist of this. You got the gist of this, right? All right, let's go.
In a few years. Both went to state schools with some scholarships, so didn't have a lot of debt to begin with. We live in a house I inherited from my grandmother, no mortgage, and don't have any credit card debt. We max out our 401k and currently have 18 months of expenses in our emergency fund and are still adding to it. Our cars are both paid off and should be good for another 5+ years, and we don't have any credit card debt. Solid. We manage our finances in a hybrid manner, joint accounts for bills and savings, and separate accounts for our fund money. We each get a pretty generous monthly allotment.
All right, let's pause right there. We manage our finances in a hybrid manner. We have joint accounts for bills and savings, and separate accounts for our fund money. Tune in on the fund money. She got her fund money. He got his fund money. You got fund money. I got fund money. Fund money for everybody. All right.
The fund money is strictly for our individual expenses, hobbies, clothes, outings with friends, etc., and not for things like date nights, vacations, or larger joint purchases like household appliances and repairs which come out of our joint account. We also agree that if either of us gets any bonuses or has any side hustle income, those will go into our individual fund money accounts unless the funds are needed for larger expenses such as a major home repair. In terms of fund money, my husband is much more of a spender than I am due to expensive hobbies, in particular golf and collecting sports memorabilia. And he's also more into designer clothes, which is fine. It's his fund money. On the other hand, my hobbies are a lot less expensive: running/working out, reading, and baking. In general, I'm more introverted, and a great time for me is tea with a friend at one of our homes with homemade pastries. I've also been getting back into gaming lately after setting it aside for much of the past decade while building my career. After realizing I had more than enough in my fund money account, I decided to overhaul my gaming setup and got myself a new PC, desk, and gaming chair.
All right, so she went and bought herself a new PC and a gaming chair because she wants to get back into gaming, and she's using what? Her fund money. She's using her fund money to do this. He got his fund money. He like to buy designer clothes, whatever. Fund money for herself is for whatever the case may be. For her, whatever she want to do. Okay. Anybody got any objection to that? D, you cool with this so far? Fund money for herself. She want to buy herself a gaming PC. She want to get her the gaming chair that roll back where she can play. She want her monitors and stuff. She want a nice little setup. All right. With her fund money. He got fund money.
Total cost of about $5,000. However, upon hearing about the purchase, my husband is furious. He says he had no idea I had saved so much money and that I should have consulted him before spending $5,000.
So she's supposed to consult him before she spent $5,000 of her fund money and bought this stuff. Now, was she supposed to consult him on the $5,000? It's her fund money. Ain't nobody said nothing about you buying designer stuff with your fund money. Who am I to tell you can't get this polo suit? It's her fund money. Why I need to tell you about my $5,000 purchase? He was like, "Oh my God, you done saved so much money, and you went and bought what the hell going on?" Oh, this gets deep. This is a deep one right here. You mad at me because I save my fund money. You trick off your fund money. I say you a trick. I say you trick. I say you trick. I say you trick. Okay, let's go. He got mad.
I asked what difference it made if it was my own accrued fund money and not our joint funds, and he insisted that my accumulating this amount without telling him was a form of financial infidelity.
Boom. He said that she accumulated that amount is financial fidelity. Now, when I read this, I think they put I think it's a deposit every time they get paid. They got an allotment that goes to, she has an allotment that goes to her fund money, and they got the same allotment that goes to her fund money. And so he got mad because she don't spend her money. She had her masculine energy. Let's go.
He says he lost trust in me and doesn't know what else I might be hiding. He's demanding that I return the items I purchased and deposit most of the funds to our joint account.
So he's demanding that she return the purchases and put the money in their joint account. Her fund money is now their money. Is this not financial abuse? Is this not emotional abuse? Is this not abuse all the way around? I told you this was a good one. He said, you need to return them items, and whatever money you got in there need to go into our joint account. But why? It's my fun money. It's my fun money. And if I got 15,000 over here in my fun money, why you mad, son? I'm doing like old girl, sprinkle, sprinkle. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Let's go.
He wants to make a new rule that fund money accounts can't accumulate more than $2,000 and that any excess goes back to the joint account. A rule that would obviously favor him as a person who spends most of his allotment each month instead of saving up for anything bigger.
All right, so he wants to invoke a rule that says that the fund money account can't have no more than $2,000, and if it's anything over that, it needs to go into. See, this is the problem. See, I told you, fellas, ladies, and fellas, those that follow football. This is what I keep trying to tell y'all. When Peyton Manning come off the sideline and he run on the field, and he call a play in the huddle, everybody get up to the line. Everybody know where they need to go. They know what route they need to run. They know who they need to block, and they call an audible. Everybody still know the play. He calling the audible, but we ain't discussed this play. We ain't practiced this. This ain't what we came up with before. You are abusing what we already discussed. Otis. Otis. You want me to return my gaming system. You want me to return my gaming system and put the money in the joint account. No, boo. Boo. Boo boo. Boo boo. No. This gets even deeper. Let's go.
I feel like I'm being punished for being more of a day-to-day saver than spender. It wouldn't occur to me to demand to know how much my husband has in his fund money account or to try to micromanage what he spends it on. I wasn't hiding anything deliberately. He never asked about it until after I made the purchases. Still, maybe I should have been more transparent about my plans, so am I the a-hole? She then adds miscellaneous info. Husband and I each have our own office/hobby room in the house, so it's not like the gaming setup was going into the space he uses. I don't usually game when my husband is home unless he's already busy doing something else. My biggest block of gaming time is typically when he's off playing golf. Also, I run 40 to 50 miles a week, so it's not like I am generally sedentary.
So she run 40 to 50 miles a week. She in shape. She not playing when he at home. She ain't played in 10 years. She putting her little gaming system back up. She worked remotely. She cooked, she cleaned. She made sure he got food. He makes sure that everything's what's the problem? What's the problem? What's the problem? All right, here we go.
I can't think of a good reason why he would object to me gaming or have a nice gaming setup in my own space in the house.
And he got his own space and she got her own space. So apparently we at least got a 4-bedroom house. And in their savings account, I wouldn't should say savings account, I should say their brokerage account or 401k account, they're approaching 7 figures in their account. So they put money up.
So these are relevant comments. I actually have a lot more than 5K saved. We have had this arrangement for a few years, and I typically only spend about $500 of my allotted $1,500.
They are allotted $1,500 a month. Each one of them get $1,500 a month in their fund money. She got more than $5,000 saved up. She probably got like 10 or 12. They didn't have this arrangement for years. He just didn't know she got money to do what she want to do. And that's a problem. What's going on, Char? Charlene, you say he's not in control? Oh, honey, he in control of himself. He can't control her fund money, though. Yeah, so she put away $1,000 a month, and she's been doing it for a few years. So give or take, let's say a few years is two to 3 years. So she's put away probably anywhere from 24,000 to 30. Let's just say 20 to 30,000. Let's give or take. She's put away 20 to 30,000. He like say what? And let's say she's smart because they sound pretty smart. She got in a money market account where it's making money. It's making 2 or 3%. She's like, oh, let me get a little. Let me do a little something here. Let me put my little money over here. So it's making a little money.
A month, maybe a bit more some months if I need to replace my running shoes, buy other clothes, or have any outings with friends and plans like concerts, but in that range. Someone else says, girl, what does he actually contribute to your household? She said, although our incomes are about equal, I work shorter hours at home with occasional in-office days or business travel, and he works long hours in the office plus an hour of commuting time each way. Perhaps because I'm home all the time, having a very tidy home and fresh cooked meals is a priority for me. I primarily do those things for me and not for him, even though he benefits as well. I'd still have to cook and clean if I were living in the house by myself, unless I wanted to hire someone to do those things. But I don't, as I genuinely enjoy cooking and housework. We do have breakfast together most days, unless he has to leave early, dinner together most days, and weekend date/activity time in addition to pursuing our own hobbies. He's smart, hilarious, and a delightful companion, at least other than this latest issue. I realize I haven't emphasized the positive in this thread, because I've been pretty pissed, But other than this, he has been a great partner and husband. People are confused on how much money they have, so OP elaborate.
So he was okay until he found out that she had a little stash. He was okay until she found out he had a little stash. So she said he's smart, blah, 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 woo, woo, woo. Now we're getting into some more details. And he's actually going to respond with what was really bothering him. Yeah, that money he got to be burned. That $1,500, he burned through that. She got her own little emergency fund. She got an emergency fund outside of their emergency fund.
Together, we have joint cash savings of $250K plus retirement savings approaching the 7-figure mark.
So they got a joint cash savings of $250,000. Their retirement savings is approaching 7 figures. They pay each other $1,500 a month. Why are you mad about her money, her fund money? You get the same amount of money. You get the same amount of money. I would be like, babe, what you do to get that kind of money. Show me. This is a show me time. This is when you learn.
Could he be hiding a debt/gambling addiction? OP says, I manage all of our bank accounts and check them daily and also handle all the bill pay. Nothing suspicious so far. He admits he's not great with money and would spend more without a budget. So OP was voted majority, not the a-hole. Okay, so here's the update. My husband finally calmed down enough to have a conversation with me. As many others who've provided comments suggested, it wasn't really about the money, but a window into a larger issue in our relationship. Essentially, my husband has been feeling increasingly unhappy with me for a while for the following reasons. In general, he feels that he's a lot more committed to his career development than I am to mine. It's true that although we currently have about the same income, the ceiling for his field, finance, is a lot higher than the one for mine, tech/software dev. He's currently in an executive training program, and I'm decidedly not. He's feeling resentful that...
Pause. Software dev and finance, they're probably about the same. She don't probably want to do more because she cool with the lifestyle they got. They got $250 in cash. They got almost $1 million in the bank. She got about 20 or 30 setting to the side. They ain't got no debt. They ain't got no kids. She was like, we living a life. He's like, wait a minute. You don't want to do no more than what you got in front of you? That's my problem. That's what I'm mad at with you about. No, it's not. Stop it. No, it's not. You finding something to pick at her about. Stop it. The girl run 40 to 50 miles a day. You don't meet too many women that want to run 40 to 50 miles a day. Stop it. Stop. Or 40 or 50 miles a week or whatever she's doing. A week or a day, whatever. She's still running. 40 to 50 miles a week. Yeah, she's still running. She's still over there looking like Forrest Gump. I was just running and running and running, and then I just stopped running. Jenny?
He's having to work long hours in a high-pressure environment, while I get to work primarily at home doing something that is fun and fairly easy for me, and I'm not stretching myself to do more. He's concerned that over time, these resentments are going to build and that I'm not going to end up holding my weight financially if he takes a huge leap in his career.
So she's not going to end up holding her weight financially if he takes a huge leap. Let's just say she stay at the job where she at. She's almost at $200,000 now. Let's say for the next 5 years, she's going to be over $200,000 at her job that she's currently in right now. Pulling her financial weight in what? Or did they decide to go in at 50-50? Are they 50-50? Hold on. He the man. He the breadwinner, right? He the man, right? He the alpha man, right? I'm just saying. What we talking about here? Yeah, he mad because she at home. And he don't have no commute, but she at home. She still cooking. She clean, and she still running. She's still running. She's still getting the house clean. She's still, what is the problem? Let me tell you what else the problem is. Let's hear more.
And I don't. He remarked that since getting back into gaming a few months ago, I've been putting a bit less effort into cooking. I do nearly all the cooking because I work at home and have an easier schedule. It's true that I've been fixing simpler meals, things like grilled chicken salads or chili with cornbread, instead of elaborate meals with fussier foods and several sides.
He want a 5-star meal. If you're going to be at home gaming and making money, I want a 5-star meal. He want crab deviled eggs. He want steak. He want asparagus. he want some prime rib with some au jus sauce. He want 5-star. He want 5-star meals. He want complex meals. He ain't cool with a salad. She runs. She ain't gonna eat that kind of stuff. She might eat a little bit, but she not gonna eat that. She was like, I don't need a chef. I'm at home, so I'm a dude. He got fun money. Get a chef.
Also notice that I haven't been doing the elaborate table settings I used to with flowers on the table, fancy placements, etc.
So he want elaborate table setting. He want the tablecloth down. He want the flowers. He want the rose petals coming in the door. Who dating who? Who dating who? She courting him? Who dating who? These stupid. Let's go.
I didn't realize he noticed or cared about this, but apparently he does. Acts of service are one of his main love languages, so overall he's feeling a little neglected because of this. He also feels like I'm not putting enough effort into my appearance, not in terms of weight/body, I'm a long distance runner and slim, but in terms of things like clothes, hair, etc. It's true that I've never paid much attention to these things. Given that I work from home in tech, the standard for appearances is extremely low, and I far exceed that. I tend to buy simple, practical pieces at places like Target and Walmart. Don't wear much makeup and keep my hair in a simple ponytail. I do glam up a lot more for date nights and other dressy occasions, but most days he comes home from work to find me in a t-shirt and yoga pants with no makeup. He wants me to make more of an effort.
So she at home. She done got off of work. She done cooked and cleaned. She done cleaned the house. She's saving money. She running, but it still is not enough. He want her to be dolled up when he get home. He was like, why you can't put no heels on? He want her to be sassy when he walk in the door. He want her to be sassy. He wanted to have this. He wanted to do this. You get all this and y'all still mad. You still complaining. Let's go. Let's go. It's more. It's going. Do something with yourself. Do something with yourself. I'm tired of looking at you. Do something with yourself. Do something.
Sounds like this woman is kind of a baddie. Anyway, the bottom line is that because of these things, he's starting to notice other women. Says he hasn't cheated. He's just noticing other people.
He's telling her, I'm noticing other women. All this from $5,000 now. He got his G-string in the wad from $5,000. That y'all agreed upon. Y'all agreed upon this $1,500 in his account every month. And then he tell her, "Oh, I see some women at work." Sim, I don't see no more comments from you, Sim. You have fallen off this thread. Sim, come to the congregation. The congregation needs to hear from you, Sim. What is the issue here? Let's go.
He's regularly disappointed in me. In particular, given that he works in finance, there are a number of very career-oriented type A women who manage to have fantastic bodies, be effortlessly polished and glam, and have more interesting hobbies. He also says he feels horrible about all this because he knows I'm a good person and that he's being judgmental. That it's not so much I've changed as that his own goals and expectations have changed in the past couple years. The financial infidelity part came into it because he feels I'm not really investing in myself and in our relationship, thus cheating on our future in a sense. He also says he loves me enough to be honest. I do believe he isn't trying to be hurtful. I really had to drag this all out of him. That he doesn't want us to drift apart further, that he doesn't want to be angry and resentful, and he knows he is asking for a lot. I know that many on this sub might say I should just tell him to take a hike and call my lawyer, but we've been married 10 years, have invested a lot in the relationship, and I want to see if the marriage can be saved. So a couple things first. First, we did make an appointment with a marriage counselor and start next week.
They have to go to a marriage counselor, right? You got to go to a marriage counselor now. They've been married for 10 years. All of this is now starting to bother him now. Now he had the gaming PC. Now she got the gaming chair. She ain't keeping up with her appearance. Fellas, put in a comment. I want to know. You get home from work. The food is cooked, the house is clean, the woman you with is working too. She making 200,000. She running 40 miles a week, 40 to 50 miles a week. She making sure that she eat breakfast with you in the morning. She making sure she had dinner with you. She calling you throughout the day. What does she supposed to have on when you get home? I know some of you gonna say nothing, but I just want to know, what is she supposed to have on? Is she supposed to be in full face makeup? Is she supposed to have on heels? I'm just asking. And then what type of meal is she supposed to be cooking? Is this 5-star dining? We talking Michelin? That I want to know. Fella, I just let me know. Let me know what the women, let us know. Let us know, fellas. Let me give you what she bring to the table, because you're going to ask what she bring to the table. She working. She making almost 200,000. She budgeting your money. Y'all almost got $1 million in your bank account, in your savings, in your brokerage or 401k account. You got 250 in cash. She make sure that the bills and stuff are paid on time. You don't have no credit card debt. Y'all ain't got no car note. Y'all the student loans is gone. What's she supposed to look like when she get home? What's she supposed to have cooked when she get home? I want to know. I just want to know. Is it t-shirt and no panties on? That's what you're saying, D? That's what she's supposed to be? She's supposed to be t-shirt and no panties on? Is she supposed to be there like June Cleaver and had the meals chopped up and coming up to you feeding you? Should she be feeding you? Like, I help me. Help me. Jerome says, well, it depends. Mainly how we met is how we would like for her to stay. Obviously, things like age and time and appearance, but a lot of women do. Yeah, but you ain't answer the question. What should she look like when you get home? What should she look like? Your food is hot. Your meal is ready. What should she have on? Well, how should the table be set? Do she need to have the roses up? Do they need to be handpicked? Can she get them delivered? What she need to have? Is it one rose or a couple? I want to know. I want to know. She should have on heels. She should be full face. Make it the fuzzy red ones. Jerome, it don't matter how you met her. Listen. This what cracked me up about y'all, man. Y'all don't look the same when we met you. Y'all don't look the same. You don't look the same. Your hairline receding. You getting implants, Beijing, your beard. You don't look the same. When I met you when I was 25, you do not look the same at 42. You do not. You do not. Stop. You don't. You do not. You do not. Listen. Listen. Women be like, he got a little belly. We're going to work around that. You know what we're going to do? We're going to work around that belly. We were like, he got a little belly. He got a belly on him. We're going to push that thing on the side. In fact, we're going to use the belly for when we land on the sofa. That's a prop. That's a pillow prop. We're going to use the pudge as a pillow prop. We know your hairline ain't going to always be there. We see your daddy We see your daddy got the George Jefferson. We know it ain't. Yeah, we see your daddy got the George Jefferson. Start acting like y'all be the same from 25 to 42. You don't. Your teeth ain't even the same color. You don't even have the same teeth. Them ain't even your real teeth. They done fell out. You, when I met you, you just started going to the dentist. Stop it. Y'all be acting like y'all 25 and 42, y'all the same. Stop that. No, you don't. Y'all ain't the same. Stop. Stop. Jerome, y'all don't be the same. And Jerome, the reason why you don't know, cause you a man and you not dating men. Listen to the women that date the men. We be trying to tell y'all. Y'all be trying to tell us what women be looking like. We trying to tell you what men be looking like, and then y'all be like, nah, it ain't true. I be like, yes, it is. I know some men right now. You look at them, I be like, damn, he got a whole sunroof at the top. He don't want to let it go. He got a whole sunroof at the top. It listen, Jerome, I'm trying to tell you. Listen, I get it. You want the way you met your woman. Some women can keep up their appearance for decades, right? And when I say keep up their appearance, meaning some women are avid running the 40, 50 miles a week and this, that, and the other. Some women, and women go through, people, let's be clear, people go through phases. Some people gain weight, some people lose weight, some people gain weight, and then they lose. You go all on these cycles and trends. It happens. People are human, right? I mean, and let's not get it twisted. Some days your breath gonna smell good, and some days they not. You gonna be like, babe, what you been eating? Your breath kind of, your breath kind of, it's kind of shaky. It's kind of shaky. That's the thing that Jerome. I don't know. I know very few men that say this. I know some men, but not a lot, that say, I'm not going to stay with you if you get 50 pounds overweight. I know a few men like that. I don't know a lot of men who say, if you over 50 pounds, I'm disgusted with you and I'm leaving you. I don't know. It's a few men that do. I do know some men that do that. But I don't know a lot of men. I know, and you know what? I don't know. And ladies, drop in the chat. I'm gonna ask the ladies. Ladies, if your man gained 50 pounds, are you gonna leave him? Because I want to know. If your man gained 50 pounds, ladies, do you leave him? Ladies, if your man got fat, I'm gonna put it out there because that's what y'all say. If your man got fat and he walk around and he look like Humpty Dumpty or a bad tooth, are you gonna leave him? I just want to know. Because I never heard a woman say, I'm gonna leave my man because he done got fat. I've just never heard that. I don't even know women that be like, oh man, he fat. I can't deal with him no more. What she do say is, I'm gonna help him get in shape. Let me help him change his diet. Let me see what he eating. Let me put this into his diet. I don't know women who I have never met a woman who been married to a man for 10 years and he got fat and she was like, girl, he fat now. I'ma leave him because he fat. I don't know nobody like that. He does have to come down, but again, that's a conversation. You're not saying I'm gonna leave you. You right, D. I don't know, but I don't know nobody that say I'm gonna leave you. Now, men, I hear men say it all the time, if she get fat, I'm leaving her. Women will tell you that. Women will tell you, I don't want a man that's not in shape. Now the question is, are you married to him? I know some women that be like, I don't do no man with a stomach. I know some women that be like, I don't do man with hips. So some of you men out there got hips. And some women be like, I don't do men with hips. I'm just saying, what is the expectation? What it is hard. I don't care what people talk about. If she working and he working, the what you went in at when you was at 25 can be hard to maintain over 30, 40 years. Everybody say it's not hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard to maintain. Well, you can do the math for yourself. Is it hard for you to maintain yourself? The maintain what you would. Can you do the same things that you was doing at 25? Can you do the same things you were doing at 25? I got the little sparkle. Can you do the same things? D, you didn't say how he need to be able to see his feet. He can go stand in the mirror and see his feet. D, he go stand in the mirror and see his feet. D, he go stand in the mirror and see his feet. He can go sit down in the chair and see his feet. You got to be specific. D, you got to be specific. D. All right, let's finish her off.
So I'm going to try to do at least some of the above. I'm not sure about making myself be more professionally ambitious when I'm already happy with my work-life balance and we're already very financially comfortable. But I can at least try doing the other things, return to spending more time on cooking and decor, and fix myself up a bit when he's on his way home from work, now that I know they're important to him. I also know that in the end, I may feel like I'm just tiptoeing around and contorting myself to please him, but it won't cost me much, certainly much less than a divorce, to try for a month or two and then see how we both feel. And I know I would always regret it if I didn't try. So maybe not the update that you were expecting or hoping for, but that's where things are. And if folks continue to be interested, I can update further once we have started marriage counseling and once I can feel out how the changes are going. OP then calls it a night and thanks everyone for their responses, saying that they were really eye-opening and that she's aware that she deserves to be treated better, but she's still going to try. And you know there's an update coming up.
Yeah, I got a feeling she gonna leave. I got a feeling he's cheating. When a man tell you, I know this other women at work, he's already cheated. He is already cheated. When a man tell you he's already knows, and if a woman tells you she noticed somebody else, she has already cheated. The cheating has already happened. You just late. You just getting hooked on. You just getting caught up in the mix. He's already done cheated. He's already scouted out the woman he likes. He's already scouted out the woman that he wants to go to lunch with. He's already scouted out the woman that has the qualities he's looking for. He's already looked and checked to see what kind of debt she got. He's already looked to see what kind of money she got. He already did it. All right, so let me find this other one. This one here. I'm not going to play it. I am going to talk about it. So they've been married for years. I forget how long they've been married for. I think it was over 10 years. Anyway, they did an itemized, I guess, budget on what they owe and what they didn't owe. And there was this magical number that was sitting over here called $60,000 that had been missing out of their account. So this $60,000, she went and confronted her husband and asked him, what is this $60,000, this, that, and other. He made up a story, so forth and so on. And she did a little more digging. Come to find out, the $60,000 is just one thing. there's been other money and she just didn't know about it. But long story short, he's been having an affair and he's been paying for another woman. And the $60,000 is just part of the money. And they have been going on trips and the whole nine. And the story of this story gets really deeper. It's deeper than the last one. Um, it is deeper than the last one because uh, he is trying to tell her that it's only one. She finds out it's other women, and he's been cheating for years, and he's been paying for a whole nother household as well. I have not finished the story just yet. I can't. I don't remember in hearing the story that he has kids outside of it, but I don't hear that. There's another story that I listened to where the woman and the lady were trying to have kids. The lady couldn't have kids. Um, and the guy, let's back up. Woman and guy get together. They're married. They've been trying to have kids. They go to have kids. She loses the baby. In stillborn. He leaves her in the hospital um, with the baby stillborn and stops holding her hand, walks out, and never comes back to the hospital. He doesn't come back to pick her up or take her home. She calls him, and she calls his mother, and his mother was like, "You got to understand, he's been wanting to have kids and he needs time." She's like, "Well, I'm at the hospital and I need a ride home." She was like, "Well, you need to call an Uber and make your way home, but he needs time, right?" And so, long story short, um, I had to finish that story. Um, but there's some finances involved in that, money missing involved in that. There's one with the woman. There's a woman that stole some money. Like I have a whole bunch of them for Foolish Finance Friday. I'm probably gonna have to do one of these ones offline so we can listen to them and stuff like that. But again, yeah, he left her at the hospital, um, and that's what it was. Let me see what you're saying in the comments, Sim. Yep, it's wrong. You say it sounds like to me he had high standards for his wife. In his eyes, she didn't keep. That didn't want to sound like to me. Let me tell you why it didn't sound like that to me, Jerome. If he had high standards for her spending that $5,000 wouldn't have triggered him that way. For you to tell your wife, I'm basically you telling your wife, I'm putting you on notice because I'm scoping out other women at work. And I'm putting you on notice for you to look cuter when you're at home working from home. We're not going out to eat. And I need for you to have more elaborate meals. That one, what that is and what it sounds like what it is he met somebody that tickled his fancy at work, and the relationship that they have may be a little boring to him, but that's a communication issue. And if she's not tickling his fancy the way he wants her to, he should communicate that. But you can't tell someone I'm checking and scoping out other people at work and not expect for it to be some type of retaliation, whether good or bad, right? He's tried to spark her flame. She works from home, so she don't go out and meet anybody. No, he should be able to communicate better than that. He should be able to communicate better than that. He should be able to say, "Babe, listen, when I get home, I appreciate the meals that you've been serving, but I like to have, some of these type of dishes. Like maybe some Korean barbecue, or babe, let's try, let's try this together, right? Or let's try this X, Y, and Z. He's frustrated. He get up and go to work every day, and she making about the same amount of money, but doing less work than what he doing. But you can't tell your significant other, man or woman, you know, this one at work be bringing me lunch and meals. Let me ask that question. Let me ask this question. Let me ask the fellas and ladies. If your significant other said to you, um, when I go to work, uh, for the fellas, one of the chicks at work, she be bringing me lunch every day. Fellas, if your wife told you when she go to work, uh, one of her coworkers be bringing her lunch every day, is that all right? Are you okay with that? They bring them lunch every day. It may not be home cooked. It may be, it may be they ran out and got something to eat and they bring them back some lunch. It might be home cooked. They might go to lunch together. Is that all right? She tickled your fancy a little bit. She make you laugh. She like your sunroof hairline. She like your top lit bit. She laugh at your jokes. She make about the same money you make. She got the same ambitions you got. She got the same drive you got. She got a boat. You got a boat. She like flying internationally, right? Right. So if you go home and tell your significant other, yo, Jane been buying me lunch all week, and it's been tasty, right? You can't tell your wife or your significant other or girlfriend or husband or whatever that and not expect some blowback. I'm sorry. Now, whether that blowback you see it coming or you don't see it coming, it's two different things. Some women are not gonna get immediately mad, and some men are not gonna get immediately mad. Some women gonna be like, "Oh, okay, that's what's up." Okay, that's what's up. All I'm saying is, in that relationship, he was with that woman for 10 years. Whatever discussion he had to have with her, he didn't have to change what they already had set up. Excuse me, and was working just fine. He could have just simply said, "Babe, when you come home, I think you're cute, but I like a little flavor when you get home, when I come home, right? Like, let's dress up for dinner, or let's do this, or let's do that." Or she could keep it cute and be like, "We gonna have, babe, I'm gonna come to you and have a picnic in the park with you," or something like that. Or I'm gonna come up, after, meet him for after work or something like that, or tell them to meet you somewhere. They could keep it cute and keep it fly, but that conversation, that the way he approached it, it has nowhere to go but downhill after that, because he's already told her, "I don't trust you financially," even though they already at almost at 1,250,000. Yeah, she that right there. She don't. He already told her, "I don't even trust you." He already told her, "I don't trust you." So to add on that, "I don't trust you," I don't like how you look when I get home. I don't like what you wear when I get home. And I'm scoping out other women at work. Who says that? Oh, and oh, by the way, the way you've been saving money, you can't do it that way no more. Like, who the woman? Who the woman in this relationship? Her or him? Right? So no, I don't agree with that. You said this sounds like a top back song. Top lit, yeah. You just top lit bit. You silly. You said that. You said that's the cue for the backpack song. Backpack. Where she go? What the lady at? I don't know her name. D. You know the little lady, but that's the song. But I forget the little lady that do it. Let me go. I don't know the lady that do it. Oh, backpack song. I don't know where that lady at. D. I don't know. You can find her better than me, D. I don't know that little lady song. The little lady that be doing the little backpack joint. I can't find her. You have to send it to me, D. Yeah, you have to send it to me, D. I don't know the little lady song though. Can't be under the same roof as a hater. I feel you on that. I feel you on that. Let me see. Hold on. I actually do have one that don't require a video, and then we're gonna. This will be the last one. We wrap this one up. Oh yeah, I did want to talk about it. Well, I'll talk about that another time. The new billionaire. Let me see, D. Did you find it? No, let me see. Oh yeah, this is D. Can you hear it, D? Let me fix it. Let me fix it so you can hear it. Do 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 do. Is this Chrome? Yeah, that's Chrome. How about now? Let's get it going. I don't know why it's no sound. And it's playing. Backpack, backpack, backpack. Backpack, backpack, backpack. Hey, Sim, I come on your show. We could discuss on your show. We could discuss these on your show. I got a ton of them, but the dude, the one that we be looking at, this guy right here, Dr. John, he be having he be having some doozies. My ex left me broke. He flirts with other girls. I hate living here. This one is the husband and wife are on a mission. He's a preacher, and in the city they living in, the people don't treat her nice or nothing like that. And he was like, "You can leave, but I'm staying." Right? She keep gaining weight. Right? Uh, Scared we'll go broke. They're moving too fast. Like he just got divorced. Backhand apology. My estranged mom sent an apology letter. Should I push my boyfriend on his intentions? Like I avoid marital conflict at all costs. I'm scared she'll leave me. I'm just saying. Oh, I already know, D. Even when we download it, we get it. And they probably gonna penalize it on the little voice, the little clip. But yeah, Dr. John, y'all should check him out. Right? All right. D, that's it for us today. I mean, I got more and more and more, but yeah, Dave Ramsey let him cover the messy ones. But uh again, don't be over on the other side of the bell curve, right? The other side of the bell curve. Go on the other side of the bell curve and be over above average, high performer. Also work towards um again understanding what high performers do, understand what above average people do, or average above average teams as well. So you understand what it means to be on an above average team. At what type of how does the team perform? Are they above average team or average team or new team? What they're doing, this, that, and other. Also, start looking at what your skill sets are, what your strong suits at. All right, and you know, before we get out of here, don't be on the train like in Mumbai. Ain't no leg room over there. It's kind of funky. Look kind of funky to me, but you can't tell me everybody on that train need had on deodorant. You can't tell me that. Jerome, you said we need these conversations. I just think nowadays nobody is taking the time to really get to know people. Well, that's a conversation that has been had, right? What does it mean to get to know people? What does it mean to get to know people? I ask this question all the time, right? If you if men are gonna put out there that they need to have sex with women on the third date, how long is it? When do these third dates occur? Is it I meet you on Monday, we go out on Wednesday, and then we go on Friday, then it's Sunday you supposed to be somebody knocking the boots? Like you're supposed to be knocking boots on Sunday, right? We already see that syphilis is growing in Houston, right? There's an outbreak, a syphilis outbreak in Houston, right? And everybody's like, look at the black women, they got syphilis. Well, how she get it? How she get it? Where it come from? Did it come from monkeys? Well, I mean, I'm just saying, in general, even getting to know each other, right? There has to be a conversation. And you got to be willing to have a conversation with people. I get it. Everybody like, you got to be cute, you got to be fly, you got to be this, you got to be blah 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 boom 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 boom. And I get that. But shit, just cause you fly and you cute don't mean you ain't got HIV. Don't mean you don't have syphilis. Don't mean you got all your real teeth. Them things may be portable. So, these conversations that I don't think people want to have. I don't even think people even understand what a conversation is. Right? What is a conversation? Well, how do you talk to people? Um, how do you get to know people? How do you ask the hard questions? You know, like why can't you ask the question when you meet the person, hey, are you looking for just a date or are you looking for marriage? Oh, I'm looking for marriage. Okay, cool. Then I ain't the one that you need to be talking to because that's not what I'm looking for. And move on. But it's a challenge. Oh, you looking for marriage, huh? And then this my favorite one is what makes you think you marriage worthy? What makes you think you marriage worthy? Like, what make you marriage material? All the trauma bonding that be going on. Like, like you don't want me to get in the conversation talk. Listen, Jerome, I At this point, when people talk about being honest, I don't even know what that is no more. Let me say it. Let me say it this way. Lying by omission is not being honest. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I got 2 kids. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I was married, and we still married. You know, I forgot to tell you about that. Lying by omission, right? That happens. So, defining honesty with a person, I think that's something people have to do. People lie and hide stuff for years and decades. So I don't know. I hear you though. Say it again, Sim. Being honest and transparent are not the same. They are not the same. I'm and this the part that killed me about honesty. I was honest with you at that moment. You ain't asked about them 10 years ago. I was just telling you about right now, what's going on right now. Now, 10 years ago, that's something different. So yeah, it's a lot of that, right? Well, I'm honestly gonna get out of here. D, set it on down, drop the links. You all know what to do. Like and subscribe. Leave the comments below. I think some people want to do a battle. I'm always down, whatever. Open for conversation. Sim, I see you around. You know what's up. Said, but yeah, but if you wait at least 3 years to get married, it's gonna be hard to fake. No, it's not. Oh my, oh no, no, oh no, oh no, oh no, Jerome. Oh no, it's not. Oh no, it's not hard. Oh, Jerome. Woo! Jerome, for the pleasure of my for my friends and my comrades and people who have instilled this stuff with me, Jerome, I got some doozies for you, both from men and women. Listen, good luck out there on that dating life. Y'all have a wonderful time. Uh, Wrap this on up. Bye.